Is this playing? Hello? Pop out. Let's go, people. Get some music up in here. Oh, it's because it's muted. That's why. I did that. All right, let's close this. Let's open this other thing. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We got some interesting stuff on the market going on. I have not looked at the market at all in the last like 2 hours. When I made that video, M Knots 89, what's up? I went to the gym real quick, ate, did all the stuff, so I haven't looked at the market at all. So I'm gonna be figuring it out just as much as you guys are. Jeff Marslin, what's good? Maverick, what's up, dude? I'm stoked. Today's gonna be a good day. It's actually beautiful outside, but I still wanted to do the setup. You know, close the window, turn on the lights, and yeah, do all the stuff. Getting really close to 1,000 subs. I got a good bag right now of gems to spend for these next 2 drops, so I'm stoked. I'm actually really excited. It's a good time to be alive. Good time to be on Veve. I've watched the most recent interview with Jeremy Padawar, forgot to pronounce his name. With Taps Trades, Randy Chavez, and Cavell Anderson. That was a really good interview. I watched 75% of it before I had to jump on to the stream, but yeah, it's exciting stuff. So I'm really glad. I don't know, like as much as I complain about not getting drops, or you know, God, I should have gone on sooner, or whatever it is. Like I don't know. It's a good time, dude. Dax G, what's up, dude? Is Harley Quinn number 18 Golem March a decent investment? Let's take a look. I would say so. Like, I mean, you can't go wrong with DC or Harley Quinn or really any of those. Number 18, huh? Is that the one where she has the... I apologize if you guys can hear stuff outside. It's still kind of warm in my room, so I'm gonna leave the window open for a bit until cools down, I guess. I don't know. Let's see here. I don't want to be logged into that account. This is the one I want to be on. .docs sheets. I think it's. Let me get the page up. Crypto Talk with Chris. Congratulations on coming close and close on the 1K subs. I'm on the road as well. 1K, love your 1K love. Your love, brother. Of course. I appreciate the love, Crypto. Crypto Talk with Chris. It's funny because there used to be a Crypto Chris. I don't know if he changed his name or whatever, but we're getting a little bit of lag on ecomi wiki. I might have to like clear the cache. Love your videos. I mean, I'm like your love, brother. I'm like, hey man, I am judging anything, you know. It's not the first time I've gotten that compliment, if you know what I mean. I got the, I don't know if you guys can see this, but I got the Rockstar Endurance energy drink. These are terrible for you, but it gets me through the stream, and it gives me something to sip on, you know. One of these days, maybe after maybe when like 1,000. I mean, I think I'm pretty confident I'm gonna hit 1,000 this stream potentially. I have no idea how long I'm gonna stream for, but maybe we'll do a little like an old fashioned. Have a stream where I drink a couple old fashions. I think that'll be fun. My roommate is great at making old fashions. He has a little desk area where he has all like the kind of like bartender stuff set up and make drinks, and like the orange peel and like the spherical ice cube you can put it, or square, whichever one you want, and really solid old fashions. But yeah, I think this is one of the better. Like I like that peak of 700. And the thing I do like is, even though that the you know, the total listings is a bit high, but at the end of the day, I do think like, I don't think you guys honestly can't go wrong with going Disney, Marvel, or DC. Like everything is at a good discount right now, and it's a good time to invest in a lot of these different. Maybe turn up the sound a bit. There we go. Can you guys hear the music now? There we go. maybe turn it down a tiny bit and kind of looking at some of the levels to make sure it's not too loud. If it's too low, let me know. I want to make sure you guys can enjoy the music, but also hear my voice. But yeah, I think this is a good investment. Like, I'm trying to think like what else you could have gotten for 270 other than stacking. Like, I think this is pretty good. I think honestly anything DC right now, like any of the black and white series stuff, most of the Harleys are pretty good right now. Like, I mean, FA Harley Quinn is a great deal right now as well. I think she's peaked at like 1.2K at one point. Yeah, I mean, if she goes down another 100 gems, I mean, she's almost at a 50% discount. like, or yeah, like 50% discount, which is crazy from her peak. And the thing I like is when you see multiple peaks above, it's not one spike and that's it. Like, she's peaked at 1100, then I get at 1200, around 1000. Like, that's good. Like, you want to see multiples instead of just one huge peak and then it just completely, it doesn't even touch it again. But it also helps that it's DC too. It's FA Harley. Those are good as well. Brandon F. Hey, glad the market is back. Any chance you could show the new mutants rare graph? I just bought one right after I came back for 137. Okay. Yeah, I can show that real quick. I actually had to wait because I did put out a quick video of just, hey, here's the top gainers, the top losers. Here's some NFTs I recommend. And I had to wait a full hour because the market actually opened at 8 a.m. No, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. my time. I remember waking up, I think at like 6 something a.m. I woke up from, I don't even know why I woke up, but I checked my phone, saw the market was down, went back to sleep. And then I woke up at 8:10, I think, and saw the market was open. I just like panicked. I was so tired, but right when I saw the market was open, I was like, oh my God, I texted my friend, I texted my brother, I texted, no, those are the only two people I texted. And then I immediately went on YouTube, posted like, hey, market's open. I went on Veve, I posted, hey, market's open. I think Veve shortly afterward posted that the market was open. So I was like, all right, there was definitely a dip. There wasn't like a ton of moves to make. I was not necessarily like panicking, but I was like, I still think golden moments are going to take off. There's probably a small dip right now, but I think they could take off. But yeah, you said new mutants. I'm just going to type in new. Hopefully it pulls it up. New mutants. I think this is the only new mutants, right? That's the only one. So rare, you said you bought it for 137. I mean, seems like a pretty good deal. Let's see. I mean, I mean, you bought it at its low point. I don't think it's going to dip down anymore. I think you found a very, very good entry point, especially with like the look of like the total listings. I find it really hard pressed to see it probably ever go down below like 140 again, especially if it's at 160. I mean, just looking at the graphs, just face value. And I also just know too how important New Mutants is. It's the first appearance of Deadpool, which is a big factor. So, I mean, you bought it at its low point. I mean, congrats. I don't know what kind of mint you got. If you got a normal mint, I mean, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, that's legit. I wish I could be like more energetic, like, hell yeah, that's a steal. But I just don't know a lot about comics. I know this is the FA of Deadpool. But I mean, just looking at the graph now and again, like we're getting 3 peaks of it hitting above, well above what you bought it for. So it's a good deal. That's a great steal, Brandon. Mason Fuzzy, what would you say would be the best quick gem profit for market dips today? I got 400 gems. If all you have is 400 gems, to be honest, I would, if you're not, of course, play the drops. But if you're not trying to play the secondary market like at all whatsoever for the Marvel Mighties as well as the Disney, which in my opinion you probably should, because depending on how much the cards are going to be, I think people are going to undervalue the cards initially on like well after the market. I don't think people are going to underprice them as much as like Golden Moments or Steamboat Willie, like something like that, where it's like, oh, Steamboat Willie was chilling at like 350, 400 for like the common and uncommon forever. Like, that's not going to happen with these cards. I mean, it could, but maybe for a very short amount of time. I'm talking like maybe by Saturday or like Monday. Like it might only be like that for a few days, but it's not going to be weeks and weeks and weeks. But for 400 gems, a lot of the black and white series stuff for Batman is pretty well discounted. I'm sure there's probably like a rare something I'm forgetting, like a Storm or whatever, but we'll just look at Batman right now. I think a lot of the Batman, it's because we're under comics. The Batman Black and White series, like across the board, they're all heavily discounted. Like, it's a coin flip whether you like Darwin Cook Batman or F.A. Robin, because they both have peaks of 360. Again, people just take a profits because it's inexpensive, and it's that perfect range where it's a 2.5% fee, so people are going to sell it off just to have enough for the drop, especially these next two drops. And as it, like you said before, it's gone above 300 or around 300 multiple times. It's like 290, 290, 360, 320, 330. So it's actually recovered well. So like, despite the fact of all these announcements happening with different IPs and the other Batman drop and Marvel and Disney, it's recovered pretty well each time. So I would say Darwin Cook's a pretty decent pickup. Maybe save the extra 150 gems for the drops or whatever. Robin looks almost identical, but it's just on the back end. Like the 3 peaks are happening here, but I think they're both, you can't go wrong with either of those. Under 400, Batman Who Laughs. I'm kind of hesitant about this one. Like, this one was so synthetically pumped. Like, I don't even know what to think of it, because I don't know if it was Ray Fixie or some other people on like Twitter might have pumped this like really hard, so it's hard to like figure out a low here. And like, those listings are well above, it's at an all-time high, so people are just trying to take profits across the board. So I don't think it's bad to pick this one up. I would just feel like a bit more comfortable with the other two. But Batman Who Laughs is still probably one of my favorite NFTs. I'm upset at myself for not buying 15 of them when they were under 100 gems and not keeping at least one for myself when it was that inexpensive. What else for under 400? Gary Frank, let's see what he's talking about. There's been so many Black and White series Batmans, like it's been kind of hard to follow all of them. So this one looks a bit more like Robin. This one has had a higher peak, but then again, it's also 100 gems more. So it's up to you. In at least just raw number wise. Again, that total listings is pretty high, but I think this is pretty organic. It didn't seem artificially pumped like the Batman Who Laughs. So I really think, like, again, like, I couldn't tell you that, oh, this Batman's going to perform 15% better than this other Batman. Like, they're all going to do well. It's just, I think at the end of the day, it's which one you like more. Maybe you want to take like mint, like rarity into consideration, maybe mint numbers. Maybe you know something about the artist that I don't, and like one might perform a bit more, like better than the other. Like Dick Sprang, like not entirely sure. So if you're trying to find just like one NFT, you can go with those. And you know my typical recommendations for stacks, like Storms, Deadpools. Kind of like Coca-Cola is honestly more of like a quick flip. Like the common and rare tend to just move between like 180 to like 250 a lot. So I think if you want to do like flipping, Coca-Cola isn't a bad shout. Jason Fabok, I think that's, a lot of people like this one. I see this name dropped a lot. I mean, it shows here like it's recovered just as well. And it has yeah, I mean, it's peaked pretty well. I mean, it's damn near at a 50% discount compared to its peak. And I'm not just saying like, oh, just always compare to the evaluation to its peak. It's something to take into consideration because there are people that have purchased this at its peak before. Whether could just be one person or it could be a whole group of people. You know, it could be half a dozen people that bought it, you know, between 800 and 820, like who knows? I don't know what the floor looked like at the time. Total listings are very high, but again, it's DC. This seems pretty organic, and I think it's a good investment too as well. Like if you can come up with like another 80 gems, maybe Jason Fabok, I don't know, might perform the best. But at that point, you could also just double up on the other Batmans I suggested. Batman number 71. I don't know too much about that one. Yeah, and if you're looking to stack, you know, Groot's, Deadpool's, Storms, Snow Globes, that's what I suggest. This one had a high of 700. No, 600. Yeah, this one's basically 50% off. Not too sure how people feel. Like again, like I'm not an expert in, you know, all the fields and all the artists and what, like there are things that people know. Like people have been talking about recently, like the most recent battle statue. Like that artist is like very well known in like the DC community. He's very close with just like the DC company. The battle statues are worth a lot of money. One guy had one that was like in mint condition from, I don't know, like 2006 or something like that. I think that was the year that he got his statue, and he hasn't like touched it since. Like, there's a lot of things I don't know and understand, but if you do know that, I think that could be an advantage. Shankster the Third, what up, vibes? Great waking up to the market being open. It really is, or just be suddenly shaken awake, basically by, oh my god, the market's open. Let's go. It looks like there was a purchase here at 500 gems recently. I don't know if that's the actual floor. I doubt it. I think maybe there was just a low mint that was purchased. Serial number 160. Okay, it says right there. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's kind of hard to see through the stream, I imagine. Yeah, and if I zoom in, I don't think it'll make it any bigger, so I'll just kind of keep it as is. But yeah, it looks like there was a serial number or mint number 160 purchase for 500, which pretty good deal. I would say. I'm not entirely sure what the formula is for like mint numbers. You know, low 300 mints are very good. Sub 100 is, you know, the gold standard. Crypto talk with Chris. I'm one of one, the only crypto talk with Chris. Okay, cool. I know there was a crypto Chris, but I dig the name. Jeff, I best time to buy is an hour before the drop. Not necessarily. Sometimes things actually go up before the drop because people are anticipating that. I do think there could be a deeper, slightly deeper dip between Disney and the Marvel drop, the Spider-Man drop, because it's another big announcement. People are going to need, if you're going to play the secondary market and you want to even remotely come close to completing the sets or buying like the ultra rare, secret rare of either drop, you're going to need thousands of gems. So we could see another small drop shortly after. People are probably going to go shopping a little bit after the Disney drop, but I could be wrong. People also could just secure a lot of Disney stuff after the Disney drop too as well. Not sure why. I'm just kind of getting that feeling. But it's not too often we have two back-to-back big IP drops like this. Like this one's going to be huge, and Marvel one, it's Spider-Man. Even though we've had two series of Marvel Mighties before, like this is Spider-Man, like, and Green Goblin. Like Green Goblin's going to perform much better than Red Skull and Doctor Doom, in my opinion. Not only does he have less mints, but he's also just a more well-known character, and with all the Spider-Man, you know, Enter the Spider-Verse, No Way Home, all that stuff is gonna be big. Dax G, I'm about to go to the Ghost Red Berry Sour Patch energy drink. It smacks. Also landed Ben Riley Spidey under 700. That's what I was talking to you about earlier, and congrats on 1,000 soon. You'll be at 10. I would hope so. That would be awesome. A lot of content creators are growing very quickly. Like Andrew Ellis, that dude's gotten like 2,000 more subs. I think he was at 5K, I shit you not, like 6 days ago. Like that. And he's, you know, it's crazy. I think just all the content creators are growing a lot because big drops are happening. More people are hearing about Veve. More people are curious about the secondary market. You know, it's kind of hard because, you know, I got two of my friends on Veve, and, you know, I got actually three of my friends on Veve. One of them, he got on, I showed him some of my NFTs. He's like, dude, that's cool. Like, so he gets on, he gets in the app. I actually gave him like a common alligator Loki when they were like 65 gems or something like that. So I gave him that just so he had something, and he's like, oh, cool. I'm like, yeah, hold on to that for like a year, just see how much it is. But he looked at it, he's like, oh, I want to buy a Spider-Man NFT. He's like, oh, this one looks cool. I'm like, he clicks on the ultra rare one, and it was like 10 grand. He's like, how much is this? I'm like, it's 10 grand. He's like, what? Like, that's so expensive. I'm like, yeah, dude, Veve's been around for a year. And so like, I'm like, dude, if you want the cheapest one, it's going to cost you 300 bucks. Like, it's tough for newer people to kind of get into this space. So that's why you have to play the drops. And if you are willing to invest a few hundred gems, like, you can make some good moves. I mean, when you see stuff like this, I've been telling people to buy Batgirls, Catwoman, Batman Who Laughs, Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, like all that stuff. She's down a bit, but Like you can make moves like this. You can literally double or triple your gems. Like if you bought it literally January, what, 3rd or 4th, and you wait till 10 days later, you know, it's double in price, you know, triple in price. Like those kind of moves can be made. Although I do think those opportunities are now a bit less, just because I think people have now realized the importance of FAs and kind of like really inexpensive NFTs. And as new people get in the space, like there's always going to be a demand for NFTs under like 200-300 gems because it's affordable. People are willing to put in a couple hundred gems, but thousands, not everyone can do that. So yeah, which makes me think I could see Batgirl going down like a bit further, but she's actually not a bad pickup either for under 200. I mean, she's peaked at 312. I think Catwoman might be slightly better. I don't know where she at. I think she's at like 380, 340, 350. John Franklin. Okay, man. Should I buy a common Spider-Man or an ultra rare Invisible Woman and an ultra rare Deadpool? Okay, so you're asking common Spider-Man or Invisible Woman plus rare Deadpool. Let's look those up really quick. My gut instinct is just get the common Spider-Man. But then again, I do want to look at the very least, the, what'd you say, ultra rare Invisible Woman? How dead set are you on the ultra rare Deadpool too? That's what I'm curious about, John. Because ultra rare. So 350, it's... Am I misreading this? Or is, okay, should I buy a common Spider-Man or an ultra rare Invisible Woman and an ultra rare Deadpool? I'm assuming you mean Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, right? Because like the normal common Spider-Man is like 800 gems and it's nowhere near close to the same price as the ultra rare Invisible Woman. I'm assuming you mean this one, right? The like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man? I could be wrong. Let's see. Cool. Yeah, if you can answer me those, that would probably help. The Amazing Spider-Man. Okay. Yeah, I get the Amazing Spider-Man. Like over ultra rare Invisible Woman. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we could look her up really quick. I just think more people are gonna want Spider-Man over Invisible Woman. I mean, this Invisible One has done nothing but just trend downward and to the right, like really hard. Is she inexpensive? Yes, but like just the Spider-Man is gonna treat you better. Plus, you were quite literally getting the Spider-Man that is on the loading screen of Veve. When you open the Veve app occasionally, that's gonna be pretty iconic. Even though it's 32,000. I almost considered buying every NFT that appears on the loading screens of Veve, just because why not? So there's like Batman Who Laughs, there's Amazing Spider-Man, and there's one more I don't remember. But then like there's other NFTs that are just they're not actually like on the app. They're just like random 3D, like looks like cartoons or something like that. So yeah. And then Deadpool said ultra rare. I mean, I think Deadpools are being slept on. 590, let's see. Almost a grand. Listings are pretty level for the most part. He's at 590 right now. I like the look of ultra rare Deadpool as well for 590. I'm trying to think of like something else you could exchange for it that has that kind of potential. You might make more just stacking a bunch of like storms or just whatever, but like that's going to take you longer to sell. And that's a game that could be annoying for some people. So yeah, I kind of like ultra rare Deadpool here. It's actually in a pretty good spot. You know, or you know, stack common Deadpools or whatever. But again, like you're going to have to sell those off and watch the market very closely. And you're going to have to deal with way more undercutters doing those kind of stacks rather than just an ultra rare Deadpool, right? So I like that. I like those pickups, John Franklin. Shankster the third. I got 3 devices going for the drop tomorrow, so hopefully I don't have to buy all of the secondary market. Nice. Good luck, dude. Crypto talk with Chris. Drop tomorrow is going to be insane. Right under blue chip status is a great reason to buy. Yes, I think the cards tomorrow. We got no music. What's going on here? I think I just have to go forward a bit. Hopefully it's a new song by then. There we go. I agree. Tomorrow are going to be. I mean, anything Disney is going to be at least A tier. Like, I would put it like mid to very high A tier. I'm going to put it very high A tier, the cards tomorrow. Like, if I had to rank them, you know, S tier, A tier, S tier being like all the blue chips and like all that stuff. It's really high up there, in my opinion. So yeah, the cards are going to be great. Don't have too much of a plan for them. I watched Andrew Ellis's most recent video about his price predictions on it. His price predictions aren't too far off from what I think they're going to be. If people watch the most recent, not the most recent, but Randy Chavez's stream with his friends that all used to work at Disney, and then NFT Pirates' interview with, I forgot her name, but I think she's like a Disney collector. She's been very close with just like the Disney community and like the collector community. And yeah, like Disney is very, very big, and there's discords of Disney collectors with 100,000 people in it that I've like never heard of Veve, you know, or NFTs for that matter. So I think that's very bullish, and these cards are going to go for a lot. Like, in my opinion, I think I don't know by the end of the day or whatever, but like I guess a better estimate would be like what price they're going to be at like Saturday afternoon or Sunday. Like by Sunday, I see Mickey and Minnie going for 350 to 450. I see Donald and Daisy, even though the rarities are different, I think they're gonna get around the same price. I think they're gonna be a bit closer to like 600 to 700, in my opinion. Pluto, 1K. I think he's going to be like sitting like 900 to a K, like 900 to 1.1. And then I think Goofy, I kind of lowered my estimates on Goofy, but who knows? It's Disney. I think Goofy could go for like 2.5K, potentially 3. It really depends. I don't know. Like doing these speculation videos, it's like we don't have that many Disney drops. There's not a lot to like compare it to. Like we don't have cards, let alone lenticular cards with autographs and music, and basically first appearances, first edition, but the first time we've seen these characters, so it's super hard to tell. You could also add like 20% to those prices too. Like Goofy could go for 4K, Pluto for 1.5, you know, Daisy for 900, Donald for 800, and then Mickey and Minnie for like 550. Like who knows? It's hard to tell. But when it comes to the drops for Marvel Mighties, I think we could be a bit more accurate with that. I think we could still put the prices a bit higher than like the previous series because Spider-Man. And on top of that, it's the first time we've ever had a secret rare for Marvel Mighties. So I think in those cases, sometimes it's actually easier to like work backwards, like start at the top and go down. Spider-Man 2099, I think we'll go for 4K. Maybe 4.5K. Low mints. He only has 2,099. Green Goblin only has, I think it was 3,333. While the like Red Skull and Doctor Doom have 4888888. I could see Green Goblin going for 2K, like pretty easily, potentially 2.5K. And then the rest, I think, are going to be well below that. Like, there's going to be a major gap between the rare, a Black Cat, and Green Goblin. Like, I think Black Cat will go for 650. Spider Woman, I believe. Spider Woman, Spider Girl. She'll probably go for 400, and then the other two ones will go for like 350, 400. I think actually the Ghost Spider and Spider-Man will go above Spider-Woman, in my opinion. That's my take. Because Spider-Woman, it's just also a weird thing. Like the uncommons always just get outpriced. I guess it really depends on like the character, but especially this, like not a lot of, like the least recognizable character I saw there was Spider-Woman. Like I've seen Ghost Spider quite a few times, not like directly, but in a lot of ads and stuff like that. And I love her outfit and like I love the look. So she's really cool. She's probably one I want to pick up for sure, as well as Spider-Man. But I could see Spider-Man going 250, maybe a bit more. And then maybe, I don't know. Those are my takes on it. Let me catch up with chat. Straight out of my bed. Thoughts on the limited run for Spider-Man 252 comic? I don't really have a big say. There was a guy in here, the other stream. He said he bought his for, I think 2.7, and now they're up to like 4K or something. I'm not entirely certain. That is like really out of my league to know. Like I wish I could help you out straight out of my bed, but is it a steep purchase? And could you maybe buy other NFT collectibles for a better, and get a better deal? Probably. But then again, super limited run comic, like that's out of my league. Like I don't know how to suggest that. How much are the Disney cards going to be aftermarket? I just answered that. John Franklin, The Amazing Spider-Man. I meant either The Amazing Spider-Man or the other two combined. Okay. Let me get back to that question. Because I might give you some other options that you might like a bit more. But let me get back to that, because that's an interesting question, because it sounds like you have, 1,000 gems to play with, let's say. It sounds like. Is Captain Carter for 290? The mint number doesn't really mean much. 1312, a good pickup. In my honest opinion, I would just save those gems for the drop tomorrow, and or the Marvel Mighty drop. I'm not that bullish on Captain Carter, to be honest. Like I'll still pull her up. There you are. Like right off the bat, like I'd rather. I mean, let me see where she's peaked at. All right, she's had a decent little thing up here, but I would still rather just buy Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. It's going to cost you an extra 10 gems, but he's peaked at 490. He's infinitely more consistent, I think, than this. Like, she's done nothing but just a hard downtrend down to the right. And like the most recent pump, this process is just going to repeat. Pump. She peaked again. Okay, not bad. But I'm just seeing this trend line. Like, as much as I hate to see it, she's probably, other than some of the Eternals, probably the least popular Marvel Mighty. And again, the mint number doesn't really mean much unless it's 6,000 mint run. That doesn't even put you in like the bottom 20%. So I would say no to that. If you only have 300 gems or around 300 gems, I would suggest Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, because that thing has ran up to 500 gems pretty recently. Pavle? Pavle. I don't know. Live is where it's at. Thank you. I was diagnosed with PTSD and just good to have live. Sorry for being serious. Can we buy with Omi, really? I'm not sure when that's going to be integrated. I think so. Not entirely certain. I'm probably the worst person to ask for Omi, because I don't own any, and I haven't followed it that closely. I would love to invest into some soon. I think at some point I might liquidate some of my NFTs in order to like invest in Omi, because I don't have money to put in Omi right now. But no, that's awesome, dude. Like I have a lot of friends and family that have had similar issues, and just being live is, and just talking with people, I find it infinitely more relaxing and easier, and I'm just like way less hard on myself when I'm recording. I do like, sometimes I shit you not, like 15 to 20 takes, because I sound weird or I look weird or I hesitate or stumble over my words. When I'm live streaming, if I do that, like who cares? But for some reason with videos, you have to be, you can't skip over your words. Like that has to be constant entertainment, constant information, constant like click-through rates, and just people leaving your video if you don't give them something entertaining or valuable within the first like 15 seconds of the video. Like all this like crazy algorithm stuff that comes with like making videos. in the grand scheme of things, like you probably, if you can get really good at making videos, like you can really grow your channel. I mean, look at Andrew Ellis, look at other people. He has an amazing setup, amazing format for videos. I'm still like trying to figure that out. I just enjoy the live streams more. There's goods and bads about both. The nice thing about videos is you can make 4 videos in one day, schedule them out for the rest of the week, and then you're done. Especially if you talk about more general topics or like evergreen topics. Evergreen meaning they can last forever. Like videos like, what is a gem squeeze? What does blue chip mean? How do you flip NFTs? Like things you should look out for when you get on Veve, or things I knew, like things that are always going to be good forever. But if you're doing updates based on what's currently happening, you have to be really on top of it, right? Because I can make a video and it becomes irrelevant very soon, right? Like I did a video on, what was it? I'm trying to remember, like one of the more recent videos I did, like maybe like Steamboat Willie or something like that. It's still talked about, but like me talking about the drop information, all that stuff is like, it's not relevant anymore. But then again, you know, and if you're feeling sick one day, you don't have to make a video that day. You can just make a video the next day or whatever. But when you're streaming and you're not feeling good that day, you either have to suck it up or tell everyone like, yeah, I can't stream today, which I assume most people are okay with. Veve Las Vegas, what's up, vibes? And Veve fam, good luck on weekend drops. Yeah, dude, I was kind of glad they rescheduled it. I'm kind of curious how much of an impact does it make if we had the Spider-Man drop before or after Disney. Like, are now the Disney collectibles not going to go up as much because people are going to be a bit more conservative with their gems? Like, they don't want to spend it all. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. I have a very solid game plan for Marvel Mighties, but not so much for Disney, which kind of sucks because I don't know how much I want to spend on Disney or what I'm going to target, what my price points are. If I like, all right, if I see an NFT below this, I'm just going to snipe it, or I want to finish the set. Or it also depends too on what NFTs you get on drop, right? If you get super lucky and you get a Goofy, it makes it a bit easier to complete the rest of the set. But if you get a Minnie or a Mickey, you know, it's pretty hard, at least if that's your goal. So kind of wondering like what the impacts are. Maybe I think that some of the NFT, like Disney cards, could be undervalued because people are saving gems for the next day. Yeah, kind of curious how that'll play out. Veve Las Vegas, I know I should focus on Disney, but I'd rather have the Mighties. Everyone, yes. Yes, I'm in that same boat. I understand the value and the impact of Disney, like just literally the juggernaut corporation that it is, and the massive following that it involves, and the entire community has yet to even hear about Veve. That's great. Like, you're gonna make a ton of money. But I mean, the Marvel Mighties, they look pretty awesome, and the Spider-Mans, and you literally cannot go wrong with Spider-Man. And we're getting a lot of FAs, I think, and I'm gonna probably make a post about it. I should make a post about it right now before I forget. Actually, I'll do it on my phone. That'll be easier. About because I made a post earlier about which card did you want the most between Mickey, Goofy, you know, all that stuff. Let me see if I can actually pull it up here. Probably, I'm actually just gonna do it on here. It's gonna be easier, so you guys can see. And in the meantime, we'll just refresh that. God. Switch accounts. Hopefully this doesn't stop the music. It shouldn't. Because I'm switching between 2 accounts on YouTube. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Let's pull this up. My channel. Community. So I did this. I don't know if you guys can see it. So I did this poll. I'm surprised like almost 200 people answered this poll. I put up a poll. I'm like, I bet you like 20, maybe 30 people answer, but we actually got a lot of answers. So I put which Mickey and Friend card NFTs are you looking forward to most getting. These posts only let me put 5 options max, or else I would have put 6. So Mickey and Minnie, Donald Duck, Daisy Duck, Pluto, Goofy. 3% said Daisy Duck. 12% said Pluto. 18% said Donald Duck. 25% Mickey and Minnie. And 42% said Goofy. I'm assuming Goofy was the highest because he's the secret rare and people want to win him and either flip him or they could find a better profit or whatever it is. Or maybe for some people, Goofy is like their favorite character, but I think it's more just like, I want the NFT that's going to give me thousands of gems. And it's like, okay, I get it. So maybe if I ask the question, you know, if rarity and mint number wasn't an issue or like whatever it was, like aside from how much it costs, like which NFT are you most excited for? Like which NFT do you want aside from cost or anything like that for the Spider-Man one? I'm kind of curious about that. I think that's a better question. Like, which one are you most excited for? As much as I hate to say it, I do think Spider-Woman and Black Cat will probably be the least popular, so I'll probably put those two together. John Franklin, also, how about previous question? Should I pull the trigger now? Maybe wait till tonight. By the way, thank you. You were asking about the Amazing Spider-Man and the other two combined. I will get to that question. I know I'm dragging my feet. That's a really good question. I want to make sure I help you out. Joshua Trong, hey guys, I bought 600 gems 5 times. It all went through, but my 6, 7, 8 and all other transactions after declines, it says your payment method declined, but I have 3,000 on my debit still. Any advice? You probably need to go onto like the Discord and ask for help or something like that. That's probably the best way to do it. Look at that, so close to 1,000 subs. 973, not bad. Also, I got an Elsa, 4,611 for 366 yesterday, and she looks amazing. I'm so happy. I'm not gonna sell for 3 to 5 years, dude. That is solid, dude. That Elsa is. I think she's gonna do an R2D2 soon. Like I'm talking Sunday, 5,500. I see it. I feel it. At the very least, 4,500. But if you go with the golden moment, you literally can't go wrong. I'm gonna add this here. So the question, 9, how's Pride doing? Not too interested in like Pride, to be honest. It's just being artificially pumped, and I'm not a. It's not like I'm not a huge fan of it. Like I think it'll do extremely well on Immutable X, but it just seemed like there was just a lot of influence and like artificial pumping going with the Da Vinci Pride, so not too interested in it, to be honest. But maybe if this thing stops lagging. Or not, whatever. We'll go back to here really quick while that loads. Spider-Man. Aside from... I don't know, like, how would I phrase the question? I just want to know which character... I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase the question, because I want to know, like, which characters you guys are most interested in, assuming price isn't involved. And I want to preface with, like, assume rarity doesn't matter. Update your app? My app? Like my phone? Oh, like my Firefox app? Or what? I don't know what you mean. You mean this? I did update. I refreshed it earlier. And it's like not working. Shankster the Third secret rare for upcoming Marvel Mighty is only appeared in the Spider-Man game, so I don't know if it'll be that hot. I think it's more popular in like probably like the comic book community. I think people that do know about Spider-Man 2099. As far as I know, he might be like the most powerful Spider-Man. Not entirely certain. I thought he had like either like technology implants or like psionic abilities. Like there's definitely something interesting or like kind of different about him. I don't remember exactly. I do kind of remember like reading a bit of a story on him probably like 6 months ago or something. Michael Shurtel, off topic, just wondering where is everyone buying their Omi? I don't know. What would you buy with 500 gems or $500? Bought all my Omi on Bit4X. Can you check Silver Rare Dragon Girl? Silver Rare Dragon Girl, please check. Can you check All right, well, we don't need to spam, dude. Like, I'm catching up with chat. Yeah, I'll figure out the question thing later. Like, I'll probably just do it after stream or something. Dude, bots are everywhere. Your app. Ask who's your favorite out of Mickey and Friends collection. I did. That's the one I asked earlier. Well, which one would you want the most? Most people said Goofy, and then Mickey and Minnie, and then it went. I think Donald. No, then it went Pluto, Donald, Daisy. I believe. Like in reverse order. But yeah, 500 gems. Then we also had that question from John Franklin. If you had 1,000 gems, that's assuming what you have, because you're debating on buying the Spider-Man. Alright, 900 gems. I really like that ultra rare Deadpool. I'll be honest. Like, looking at that now, that has a lot of potential upside. I think the safer bet is, you know, just get the Spider-Man common. And man, they're like, the market is like really not wanting to work with me. Give me a sec here. Settings, privacy. I don't know, I heard from Army the Clown that should help with it, but I don't know if it will. Refresh it. Maybe I have to do another tab too. I've heard him kind of say that as well. That might help. Ecomi wiki. Oof. Firefox, what are you doing to me? Let's see. Should be a bit faster now. Batman vs. Killer Croc heading down to 1.1K. I was kind of trolling people a little bit earlier, just making fun, like, oh, road to 1K or something like that. Because I'm doing a road to 1K, but I was doing the opposite for Batman versus Killer Croc. So I should probably turn that off. I really like, I mean, Comet Spider-Man I think is the safer bet. But I really like that Deadpool ultra rare. And so if you bought that and you have, let's say, you know, 400 gems left over or something. 400 gems. There's a lot of like the DC Batman stuff that you could get. Logic, yeah. I'm trying to think like what else. Cause I do think Deadpool is good, and then maybe one of the Batmans. Under 400. Not Batman Who Laughs. Gary Frank Batman's not bad. If you're able to pull off a Jason Fabok, I think that's solid. Yeah, that's the other thing I'm kind of struggling with, is like finding recommendations for NFTs that are, I mean, you could also legitimately just get a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. That's solid too. That one's gone up to like 500. It leaves you with a little bit of gems left over, but I think both of those are good, actually. Spider. Dash. I like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. I mean, the thing peaked at 590 or 490 not too long ago. Yeah, dude, I don't know what's going on with the app. I've like refreshed everything. I've cleared my data or the cache or whatever it's called. So I'm not entirely certain like what's happening. It's not right. Sorry, just had to change something really quick. Yeah, let's try a refresh here. It's not pulling up. I might try a relog here because I want to be able to see the charts so you guys can see what I'm talking about. But yeah, let me just check this. Eric Hernandez, would you sell your Storm Secret Rare for Disney Moments or Steamboat Mickey? Instinctually, I want to say yes, but again, like I want to be able to like look at the charts for Storm and stuff. Let's check out Storm. It's Steamboat Willie, I'm assuming, so it's working now. I don't know. I guess it just hates Spider-Man. I'm not seeing great things with like Storm. Like, I don't know. I don't know. When I see a trend like this, like, I mean, these peaks are nice, like, but at the end of the day, it does seem like an NFT that a lot of people sell off, like. And replace it with what? Steamboat Willie, uncommon, plus, because you have 500 gems left over. Zombie Hunter Spidey, you could stack then the common storms or Deadpools. You know what you could do, which I, just learned about it today, which is you could do whichever one you can afford after selling Storm. You could probably do like a common Steamboat Willie and do like an ultra rare Deadpool. I actually think, I think that's a very good call. Was it John? John, like I really like ultra rare Deadpool. Like the trend line looks just way better than what this is. like I know it's cheaper, but let's see. And like a day will come, like Storm will go back up, but it's, you notice the trend, it's just going down overall. And the listings are going up. People are just trying to consolidate it for other NFTs. Like I do think Storm is underrated, but I think more on like the lower end, like the common and uncommons and stuff. Less so the secret rare. She will go up in price overall. Like all it takes is like an X-Men announcement. By the way, we're gonna do Cyclops, Wolverine, Colossus, Nightcrawler, whoever else. Like if they announce that like set or series, then like, yeah, Storm will go up. But we have no idea how long that's gonna happen. Because I mean, Deadpool has history of going up to $1,000 and getting up to 750 multiple times, and he's at 590. I don't know what it is. I just like this trend line more, and I think more people are bullish on Deadpool over Storm overall. That's me personally, not financial advice, of course, but that's probably my take on it. Let's see. But yeah, Eric, maybe I would wait till Storm to go up in price a bit. Like I do think she'll recover from this, just like every other NFT. The real question is, Storm's at what, 1,600? She'll go up to 2K, and then Deadpool might run up to 850, and then like the Steamboat Willie could go from what's it at now, like 900 all the way up to 1.2 again. You know, I think these two could run it, but that's a good question though. I haven't really looked that much at Secret Rare Storm, but at least just looking at the charts, I'm not too thrilled with it, but I think it could have its day. Andrew Bullock, not yours. Sorry, I meant person asked about the gem payment issue. Okay, no worries. But the person asking about what would you buy with 500 gems, Goat of Goats. Honestly, if you're gonna get the extra 100 gems, I really like Deadpool. Of course, you could always stack the commons. Someone brought up a good point. I mean, I will say the uncommons are a tiny bit harder to get rid of comparatively to the commons. I don't know why, but everyone's just like buying up the commons for the most part. I'm trying to think like what else is good. Catwoman for 330. It's a bit shy. Also, I think I think Jason Fabok Batman is decent. Like it's hard to say, but if I kind of want to give you options, like people are very bullish for different things. You could double up on the Batman Darwin Cook as well as the Robin. Like their charts are almost identical. I think both of these guys peaked at 450. No, 360, I believe. If I remember the charts right. Yeah, like 360. Trying to think of like what else. Yeah, not a fan of chasing like that Batman Who Laughs right now. Jason Fabuk for 500. That's solid. I think he went up to 850. Yeah, that's, you know, 820. But that's solid. I like that one too. Again, the listing is pretty high, but what else? I don't know. I give you a few options there. Some of the black and white stuff. Deadpool, if you can afford a little bit extra. Can't really think of anything else off the top of my head. I kind of hope that helps. Again, if you guys can tell, I'm not very bullish on like independent artists, decon stuff, stamps. I don't know. Like we'll look at top gainers on the hour. I'm just kind of curious where things are moving. Yeah, people are being very bullish with Ultraman again because now they announced that Japanese like puppet show thing or whatever it's called that's really popular in Japan. Because of that, people think Japanese localization is like literally around the corner. Like why else partner with a Japanese company that like basically took Japan by storm? That's what the Medium article says. So some people are doubling down on Ultraman as well as Voltron. Is it the right move? I don't know. I can't tell you. Both of the Ghostbuster logos, these kind of came out of left field, but like the very high-end ones, I think this is mostly people just pulling listings rather than like there's actually sales going on. Like, I don't know. I just find it hard to believe that people are... I mean, you can buy a wall for that much. Like, why a Ghostbusters logo? I don't know. I think it's just people removing listings. I could be wrong. Not entirely certain. Ultraman up again. Marceline. Interesting. Kind of random. Pumping 100 gems. Some 55 down to 46. So 9 less listings. And it went up $85. I don't know. I was kind of been a little hesitant with Adventure Time stuff because the low mints, and on top of that, like I've heard rumors of pump groups, mostly Jake the Dog, but who knows if they exist for other ones. Completely speculation. I've heard of it. I haven't like confirmed it or anything like that. Hoverboard is up right now, but let me check. Let me follow up with chat. I think I'm behind. Oh yeah, I'm behind. Thoughts on Ben Reilly, Uncommon Spider-Man? He was a great pickup. If you can get him for around 700, 750, it's a great pickup. But if he's above that, it's still not bad, but I would maybe wait for a secondary dip. Oh, it's because I have top gainers. I'd maybe wait for a secondary dip. That could happen tomorrow morning or, oh, wow. Yeah, if he's below 700, I think it's a pretty solid pickup. If this is where he's at. Yeah, all the Spider-Mans are going to recover very well, and I think Ben Reilly's going to be one of the better ones, in my opinion. Like, people were really hyped about the low mints. I think that in conjunction with just how cool it is, as well as being Spider-Man, will carry it pretty well. So, yeah, it might go down a bit lower, but if it's below 700, I think that's a good snag, in my opinion. Veve Vibes, oh no, sorry, went down too far. Robbie Pollock, maybe if you said if money was no object, which Spidey Marvel are you looking forward to having? I like the wording on that. Veve Las Vegas, yes, Eric, check mark. Let me catch up. Someone was asking about Dragon Girl, even though they did spam it. They haven't talked yet, so I'll entertain it. Silver Dragon? I think if I just type in Dragon. Come on. Dragon, there we go. Silver Dragon Girl, 780. I've always invested into like the common and uncommon, so I'm more familiar with those price points. Not so much with this. Not sure. I do think the Dragon Girls and stuff would do very well off platform, but it's hard to speculate. I think we still need to finish whatever that migration, integration, bridging, like all those like adjectives that involve NFTs and layer 2 blockchain stuff. Like I don't know. Well, once all that stuff is done, I do think Dragon Girl Silver will do very well. How much she'll recover? Not entirely certain. It's just for 780. Yeah, not sure. It's like, I don't know if I want this. Like, of course, the peak has been higher. I do see something like this, maybe short term performing a little bit better than like, what's it called? FA, like Harley Quinn. I think she's in that range. Potentially. I do see like Deadpool being more, ultra rare Deadpool being more consistent, even though he's like a full 200 gems cheaper. His high isn't as high, but I don't know, that just feels, that could have been one sale. There could have been just a huge gap in the market, or like on the floor of someone that had one for like 1.1K and like the next one was 1 point something, I don't know. So hard to tell with this one. Again, not too bullish on like the Tokidoki stuff. I mean, I was, and in a way I am. I do put like Dragon Girls, Little Friends Apes, and I'm trying to think of the other ones. Like those are probably like the highest tier independent or smaller IP things that could like go into Mutable X. But and at this point, it's like, would you rather get this or should you just get like 3 uncommons or you know, 4 of the commons or like 3 of the uncommons? Like, you know, which one's better? It's hard to tell. I like Dragon Girl. I like the look. It's probably one of my favorite NFTs, but I don't know. I really have to see how Immutable X plays out. VV Las Vegas. Yes, Eric. Awesome. SWFL resale. VV Vibes. My phone is saying that my phone doesn't meet security requirements. It's just literally happened. Is your phone able to get on? Maybe it's why ecomi wiki isn't working. ecomi wiki is just on my desktop, and like the whole security requirements thing, that's just kind of like a phone error with their app. Maybe you have to update it, because I've had that before on my phone before, and I'm trying to like do stuff on VV or whatever. Hacking Life. I read that Homer and Bart Golden Moments was originally designed by Todd McFarlane. Do you think this will affect the price when it becomes common knowledge? I mean, we'll see. Let's, if it says it on the statue. Because, I don't know. If it's something, I don't know, I've said this before. If it's something you have to explain to people, it might not do well. Or like, it's just, if it's not common knowledge. I was gonna say, like, unless it says right here in the description, you know, written or whatever by Todd McFarlane, or that he was the, he originally designed this, it's basically the only way you would know about it is like through word of mouth, and you would have to hear about it. I still think Homer and Bart will like do well. I mean, this is actually kind of nice to see. Like the listings haven't changed that much, and it's gone up a tiny bit. I would have liked to see the trend line go down, but like it's still retaining its price. Like, but it just seems like Homer and Bart always just have this holding pattern where they just move up and down 150 to 250 gems, and they just do that for a long time, because I think just people are just unsure about it. I don't think so, unless it's like written in the description or something like that. And of course, at the end of the day, like people are gonna try anything they can to apply extra value to an NFT they own, and like I've been in that boat. I've done that before. But unless it's like in the description or something along those lines, unless it says the name explicitly, I don't think it's gonna get additional value. So I mean, but I could be completely wrong. I'm not entirely certain. Austin White, do you think it would be a better idea to hold SR Strange Academy, about 500 gems to play with? But I was debating selling to get a more blue chip class. I mean, how much would you get for it? And again, I take a sort of grain of salt. I do not know much about comics. So if I tell you to sell it and you have other comic book experts say just don't sell it, then I would listen to them. How much does Strange Academy get you? Secret rare? A grand? For a grand, I don't think you can afford any really grails or anything like that. And if you did have the extra 500 gems, if you sold it at floor right now, if you sold it at floor, you would get what? 850 gems, maybe a bit less. So let's say 850 plus your 500 puts you at 1350. You could afford a Joker, like an FA Joker with that mount. You can get an uncommon Steamboat Willie. I would say no. I would hold it. Just secret rares tend to just run really hard, and if there is some speculation that there is a show coming out of like the Strange Academy, like I think on Disney Plus or something like that potentially. Not 100% sure, but I heard this could become a bigger thing in the future. So for now, I would say hold off on it. Just because I think the potential upside, like there's a lot of hype around comics and stuff too. And Strange Academy is probably one of the more unique comics that we've had recently. I mean, it's also one of the newest. I mean, it came out January 20. Okay, that's when it was released on Veve, not like the actual comic itself. So, in my opinion, I would say hold. But if there was just like more history and like it wasn't moving much or whatever it was, I'm not entirely certain. So, okay. Dude, I cannot get rid of these bots fast enough. Yes. Best Lokis you could invest in with the real Randy Chavez. I'm here because I saw your name on the wall. Awesome, Jay Sands, dude. I'm so glad my investment is paying off. That is sick. I had to pay a lot of Lokis for that. And I bought all those Lokis at 100 gems. And of course, after I did that 5 days later, they dropped down to like 80, 75, whatever. So overpaid by a bit, but you can't put a price on being on Randy's wall, you know? Well, you can. It's 17 alligator Lokis, but let's see. Let's see if I have gems to play with. Shankster the Third, your idea yesterday was great. Having a way to submit your vault to get non-financial advice on what you could go for. I thought about that, like vault evaluations or vault. I would have to come up with a catchy phrase or whatever for it. But if people send me their vaults, I would keep their name anonymous. Like I'm not trying to leak your name or anything like that. But if people send me their vaults, they tell me like, hey, I want to eventually acquire, you know, this blue chip, or I want to do this, or whatever it is. I'm trying to figure out like the state of it, but I would give advice based on their vault, on what they should sell, maybe a little bit on when to sell. I mean, obviously I'm not a huge fan of selling during dips, but then again, sometimes you have to if you want to secure a different NFT that's also dipping, but that could run harder, that could just run away. So yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool. I mean, you could, I don't know how I would receive them, like via Twitter or, kind of want to avoid Discord for now, to be honest. Like all the Discord drama, not that I'm into it or care, but I know people have asked me to make a Discord group, but it's like, much as I hate to say it, like I like the community and I want to have like a group would be cool. But having like babysit people and making sure check all 17 of my chat channels and make sure no one's doing like weird trading stuff or saying weird stuff, and like it just sounds like it's more babysitting than what it's worth. And there's already a ton of other content creators with channels you can hang out in. If I did have one, I might have like a small paid group or something like that where people are actually serious. Like if you're paying money, you're less likely to just, you know, be an ass, or you're taking more serious. I have no idea. Like I haven't even thought that far ahead, to be honest. Let's see. Sorry if you guys can hear like the road outside and stuff, because it is hot in here and I'm trying to keep it cool for now. Let's see. Never mind, started working. Maybe just a hiccup. Potentially. Andrew Bullock. Sometimes you have to click on it twice for it to load. Okay, good to know. What do you think about Wally at its current price? Let's check out Wally. I think he should be a bit higher. I think like we don't value him very high. I think we don't value him very high, but I do think a lot of Disney fans really enjoy Wally. Gosh, there was a point where he was at 1200, but I think this is still very good. As long as he's below 1400, you can't go wrong with any of the gold moments. Like, they're all going to do well. They're all going to pump soon. I do think at some point, like, Elsa's going to do an R2-D2 and just completely skyrocket. Maybe Sorcerer's Hat as well at some point. I think that one is also being kind of slept on. Maybe they won't pump as much as R2, but I do think it'll bring all of them up. Like, before you know it, we could have Wally at, like, you know, 3.2k. And that will be like the cheapest one on the market. And then all the other ones are just higher, and it's just harder to get them now. So I do think it is being slept on. But yeah, I like Wally. It's a good pickup price. And that's the thing. It's like, don't try and always time stuff at the bottom, because you're never going to get stuff at the bottom every time. Yeah, if you bought them right now, is there a chance Wally can go down to 1200? Maybe, but at least you just secured the purchase, secured the NFT. That's the most important part. Eric Hernandez, I appreciate it. Always nice to have another opinion, of course. And again, it's not just like, oh, it's not financial advice, but also like I would run it by either another person that you trust that's good on the market, or another content creator. I'd suggest like Randy Chavez, Andrew Ellis has been doing a lot of trading. I'm sure like a lot of other Veve content creators do it as well, but they just haven't, at least I haven't seen content of them like digging through the market like this. Like, maybe they are making moves and I just don't know, but I haven't seen them do it necessarily. So best Lokis, of course. Jay Sands, thanks for stopping by. Modric, Mayor of Townsville, I'll get to that in a second. Clockwise 104, Invisible Woman, common or uncommon, must be at bottom, potentially. Take a quick look at that, and then we'll look at Mayor of Townsville, because not very bullish. I mean, I used to be. I do think the Adventure Time, or that's technically Powerpuff Girls, but both of them, Adventure Time and Powerpuff Girls, will have their day where they just pump extremely well. People are going to try and secure them because it's just a season 1 collectible. It could be something that might not happen till like season 4, season 5, because I think we're still in season 3 of NFTs. So it might take a while to get to that point, but until a lot of like the Disney, DC, and Marvel price themselves out, then there's going to be room for Powerpuff and what's it called? Powerpuff and Adventure Time NFTs to grow. But as they are right now, there's just too many strong IPs, too many other NFTs in their price points that would just grow better or do a better job. And they're also in that weird position where a lot of them are like below 300-ish gems, where if you buy one, there's a drop coming and you don't have enough gems, you sell that one first before your Spider-Man or your Deadpool or whatever else. So that's just my take on it. Invisible Woman, so you said what? Common or uncommon? Common or uncommon must be at bottom. Probably. That's the secret rare. That's not what I want. Let's look at the common really quick. Yeah, I mean, we're basically at box price at this point. I mean, she could go a bit lower. She's still, in general, still just like trending down and hard to the right? So like her listing, and I know Storm has been around for a bit longer, but like this graph where it's like up, down, 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 up, down, 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 it looks a bit different than this one, right? I know Storm has had more time to mature and FAX and stuff like that. Two graphs look a little bit different than each other, right? Like, which one are you more excited about? This one that's up and to the right, there's some downtrending going on. I know Storm is also 20 gems more, but I think it's worth spending the extra 20 gems, basically an extra, what, 40% for the Storm. I just think people are a bit more bullish on her than Invisible Woman. I didn't look at the uncommon, but I would kind of assume the same thing too, regardless. Let's check out Mayor really quick. Mayor of Townsville. Whoops, not that one, not Lincoln Board. Mayor of Townsville. So I think this is following under the same issue of, yeah, like he peaked really, really high and then sank down literally at an all-time high when it comes to listings. I don't really look back here too much. Yeah, like when you have swing pretty hard. Like me personally, it's just a safer investment. Like I'd rather just have a common Steamboat Willie, or I would rather have trying to think like what other investments are around 1,000. Wonder Woman isn't that low right now, right? Where's Wonder Woman at? She's probably still holding at a K, I would hope. I'd rather get Wonder Woman. I'd rather get Wonder Woman. I'd rather get Deadpool and a FA Robin. Like same price, if not a bit cheaper. Like it's just more consistent, more recognizable IP. That's just me personally. I'm not sure. You just put Mayor Townsville in question marks. I don't know what kind of analysis you wanted me to like put on it, but that's my take on it. Sam, I'm gonna double time it because we got some people in chat now. This is a good look. I like this. I like more people hanging out in chat. So I'm gonna double time it a bit. If I seem a bit long-winded, is because when I used to stream, I mean, there'd be like 6 people chatting, so I had all day to just rant. Santino Nave. Hey man, was talking to you in Discord about Green Goblin. Need him, dude. I think with the mints of Green Goblin and what we know about Red Skull, I'll show you guys really quick. So Red Skull is the equivalent. Both the Doctor Doom and Red Skull Marvel Mighties, they're the big bads of the sets. Red Skull right now, 4,888 editions. Right now is at about $1,000. And he peaked at 1,200. Doctor Doom, wow. He is at $1,000. What happened? He was at like 1,350. Wow, people are really taking profits here. Regardless, if you see Green Goblin, not tomorrow, the day after, if you see Green Goblin for under $1,000, you snipe it as fast as you can and you don't look back. Of course, I'm not saying when the market opens, buy the first one under 1,000 because you never know. People could start listing it for 600, 700 and a floor starts forming and you got some time to buy it for a bit cheaper. But if you see one start awkwardly forming around like the 900s, maybe 1K, 1.1K, that's a good spot to buy it. And honestly, you could flip it shortly after. And the reason I'm saying this is because we have history of other Marvel Mighties in this price range. So this is where the big bads are. And Green Goblin is going to do way better. I think he'll actually peak about a 2K on the market, maybe 2.5K, because less mints, more popular. Because the new Green Goblin's only going to have 3,333 mints versus almost the 5K of these. And it's just Spider-Man. It's part of the Spider-Man set. People are going to want it. So I even though these guys have peaked, like Doctor Doom is a big bad, probably one of the strongest villains in like the Marvel universe, depending on like which iteration you talk about with him. He peaked at 1,400. I think Green Goblin can go to 2K pretty easily. And there's just less mints, so that's my take on it. Okay, music is muted. Let's just skip ahead. Hopefully there's another song. No, okay, skip ahead a bit more. There we go. All right, got some music now. So I hope that helps. That's my take on it. I love it when I say I'm gonna double time it and I just take a question and run with it for 5 minutes. I should probably change that. Joshua, what's wrong? I think the reason my purchase is getting declined is because Chase has a 3K daily limit on debit cards. Probably, who knows? It's Taiwanese, not Japanese. I don't know, the Medium article said Japanese, so I just assumed, and I know very little about it, but Zandy T, I think. Thanks for the clarification on that though. Like I learned something today. The puppet show thing, I probably should actually like do research on it. Regardless, like I'm gonna play the drop because they look cool, and I like it, but Anonymous Sniper, can you check Adventure Time? I talked about Adventure Time a little bit. Like, I'll probably just say the same stuff. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna keep reading chat. Can you look at Superman? I bought one for 200 on June. I heard it's expensive. Yes, it is much, much higher than that now. I think it's at like 5.5 grand, I believe. So it's at 5.5K, which is a solid investment. Yeah, Marceline is going up quite a bit. Not entirely sure why. Finn Mertens is at 150. Jake the Dog's at like 180. It's just crazy. Like these guys just move between, like, especially Finn, he'll move between like 150 and 250. At least I feel like that's where I've seen him move a lot. Maybe not 250, but like 220. And let me zoom in here because I think it's not showing exactly like how. Yeah, I feel like I've just been getting this roller coaster effect for the last like week and a half with him. It's like 120, 150 up here, then down here, then up here, then down here, then up here. In my opinion, like this one, like there's very few NFTs that I think are decent for margin trading. Jake the Dog and Finn Mertens could be it, but at the same time, I have heard of pump groups and stuff like that. So unless you time it well, like, I don't get it. It's all speculation, but it's just the Adventure Time NFTs will have their day. It's just not anytime soon. Like we need to have basically like Marvel, DC, and Disney not have drops for a while. We're like in season like late 4, maybe season 5. People start looking at season 1 NFTs again, and like they just want to buy them up just because it's season 1. That's the scenario I see like Adventure Time and like Powerpuff Girls doing very well. Superman, yeah, we'll take a very quick look at Superman. John Franklin, man, things keep dropping. Yes, it's people are selling off. Yep, exactly. Wow, I got it right on the dot. 5.5K. I think last I saw me is like 5.3 or something, so it's gone up a penny. Good on you, Batman. Right, so he actually peaked at 8.1K. He's just retracing a bit because there's been a lot of announcements between Disney and Marvel Mighties and stuff, but just hold on to him. He'll go back up. Like the same speed he went down is the same speed he might come back up. Like he's a Grail. I do consider him a low tier Grail, but he's still a Grail at the end of the day, and probably one of the best looking NFTs on the platform. So, Air Luna, I wouldn't trip about it. Just hold it. You could just turn off the app if you wanted to. Just turn off the app for like a year, come back, and like he'll be 20K, maybe more. Right? Probably higher. Hamoon, what's up, vibes? Hope you're doing good. I'm doing great. It's a great day. More something. Secret Rare Deadpool or Golden Moments Iron Man. That's tough. I'm leaning towards Iron Man because it's a golden moment. FA Iron Man. It doesn't have all like I don't think it matters that much, but it doesn't have all like the goofy festive stuff on it. Even though it's removable, they may change his dance. Like who knows? I think I'm leaning towards Iron Man because I really think Iron Man is gonna pull a R2D2 soon. And I'm not saying like Secret Rare Deadpool won't do well either, but I'm just leaning more towards Iron Man in my personal opinion. But then again, you need to run it by someone else too. Both are very good, Joshua. Lucky Secret Rare thoughts. Let's see. 9. Delft Shaven. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. I'm American, so I've never been out of the country, to be honest. I've been meaning to for quite some time. But like just pronouncing people's names that are like not American or that I'm not familiar with is it is what it is. Not very bullish on like the Luckies or anything like that. This isn't like there wasn't an airdrop for these, right? Yeah. Oof, those listings. People are really trying to take profits right now. Like my honest opinion, and again, not financial advice, this could do really well on Immutable X or off market, off platform, whatever it's called. If you're not willing to do that, because the trend line is just going hard and down to the right, the listings are just going up. Next time this goes up, I would try and get rid of it. Like, and I don't say that lightly, but when I see something like this, and it's not your fault, whether you got it on drop or whether you purchased it, like I've been there, dude. Like I've made terrible purchases, and I've also won stuff on drop that I think would do well, and it's just like done nothing but going down to the right. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, next opportunity, I think it would just serve you better. Because I mean, this thing has gone down to this price 1,700 multiple times over the last month and a half. I mean, it almost touched it in November. Like, it touched it in, yeah, like early November, like mid-November. Like, it's been at this levels below, and all it's doing is all that's really happened in the last 3 months is like the lows have stayed the same, but the highs have just gotten smaller, so you can actually make less profit on it. So I would say the next time it goes over 2K, I would try and take what you can. in my personal opinion. But who knows? Immutable X is here. It could skyrocket. Someone could just buy it for 4K worth of ETH or 4K, yeah, 4K, $4,000 worth of ETH. Who knows? Like, the game has actually changed a little bit because now we have Immutable X, and like you'll be able to list your NFTs off platform. So I'm not entirely certain how that would play out. So I'm not sure. I'm not trying to dog on it or whatever. I'm not sure if you own it or if you're planning on buying it, but if you're planning on buying it, I would say no. If you own one, I would wait till it goes up above 2K or try and find a way to sell it for like maybe more on Immutable X or something. Let's see. Non-fungible trades. It's signed. Okay. What do you mean it's signed? Like the lucky? So you got rare Jermaine Rogers line. Bunny is lucky. This is what? At Jermaine Rogers. There's a total of 1 collectibles in this series. Was this an airdrop or was this like a single drop? I don't remember. I wasn't around when this dropped, so I wasn't on the platform yet. But either way, even if it is signed, like clearly that has not mattered on the market the last 3.5 months. So, all right, time to actually double time. RW, could we see the secret rare at 10K tomorrow? Seems optimistic, but any thoughts possible? Which secret rare? Oh, the Goofy one? No, I think Goofy, like optimistically, it could peak at like 4K, 4.5K, but 10K is just too much. But like if I'm like people are just really sleeping on it and like everyone's just saving up for the Marvel drops tomorrow, like it'll go for like 1.2 or something. I don't think that'll happen. I think Goofy will be a little bit closer to like 2.5, in my opinion. At least if people have watched a lot of the recent streams with like Randy and NFT Pirates and like how big the Disney community is and how obsessive they are about collecting things like cards and all that stuff, like yeah, they would be paying that much for Goofy easily. Non-fungible trades. First ever sign on Veve that is signed and has 2 carries. Oh, okay, you're talking about Homer and Bart. Yeah, I mean, people have known that for months though. Like people have known that since like, I don't know, a week after the drop. I'm not sure how much signatures on the NFTs themselves are that important. I do think it has its place. But I just don't see people like, I'm trying to find NFTs that are signed. Were the ones that I can find for thousands of gems. Like I just don't see that. Look at the bottom of the collectible. Yeah, I've seen. I don't know. I think people have known that for months. Like it's more along the lines of like, are you a Simpsons fan or not? And if you are, for that same price point, are you willing to buy that? Or are you willing to buy Spider-Man or Batman or any of the other ones? I'm not saying Homer and Bart is terrible or anything like that, but yeah, that's my take on it. Like, it's definitely not something to just like toss aside, but I don't think it's enough of an additive. I don't think the cherry on it is big enough to like entice people to like crank it up to 5K in the next couple weeks or anything like that. Though I do think all the gold moments will go up in price, like legitimately in the next week. But I don't see like Homer and Bart just like running away and like anything like that. Me personally. Taxi Corp Electric Taxis, thank you for the great content. Will you be streaming for drops this weekend? Not on drop day or like during drop time. Like you guys have noticed, like when I stream, my computer just goes slow. My internet is like slow. Like I need like all the internet or whatever power I need possible. Like I'm down to do a like, and even after drop, like I'd prefer to like probably try and grab the NFTs that I want and not get counter sniped. Like I've seen that happen before. People live stream themselves trying to like snipe stuff off the market and then they get counter sniped. But I do legitimately think like the market will just be a feeding frenzy after the Disney drop as well as the Spider-Man drop, because hold on. Oof. Hold on. I gotta take a break or just. on the site's official blog if you need. Just texting Omen the Clown right now, or not texting. I don't know him that well. I have to like always double check whenever I like make it. I'm sorry, I'm like ignoring you guys right now. This is kind of an important tweet. All right, I'm done. Sorry about that. Okay, skip that. Skip that. Hell yeah, I got a new sub. Thank you, Alex. I didn't read the last name before I scrolled over, but Alex, if you're in chat, I appreciate it. Double time. Strange Academy show is coming Disney Plus on March 4th, by the way. Definitely hold the comics. Yes, agree. I thought I heard something like that. Veve Las Vegas Harley Quinn FA, good entry price right now? I would say so. What did I last saw her? Like $850? Maybe even lower than that? Holy moly, $750? That's solid. She peaked previously at like 1.2. Yeah. That's good. I mentioned before, listings are high, but it's DC. I'm not too concerned. I mean, you've seen 129 drop all the way down to 87. Like, if people want her, they're gonna buy her. She's had multiple peaks. Even if you go down here, above 850, above 950, yeah, I'm all for her. That's a great pickup. Brandon F, I have 267 gems left after buying the floors. Any guesses on which, if any, of the collectibles I should shoot and target on these two drops? With 267 gems, assuming you don't win any, I mean, I think you only have enough for, at that price point, probably just for the commons and uncommons of both. You know, go for Mickey, Minnie, Donald tomorrow if you can. Hopefully Donald is that cheap. Maybe just people just ridiculously underprice it. But at least for like the Marvel Mighties, yeah, go for Spidey and Ghost Spider. I do think Spider-Woman will probably be the cheapest because she's like the least like recognizable one. Plus, I don't know, whatever. Uncomics tend to not do amazing comparatively to the commons. Probably because it's typically just like the less iconic characters that they're put in like the common spot. Yeah. Also, me selling my uncommon Spider-Man and Ben Reilly uncommon Spider-Man to go for either Batman statue or Joe Mad, which would be a better buy. Neither, to be honest. Like I would stick with the Spider-Man's. Spider-Man's is by far and away the strongest character and IP on the platform. I think the Batman statue is just too new. If you know something I don't, I've heard some niche people in the community say it's like a really solid buy, and the artist is really renowned, like in the DC community, like almost as much as Todd McFarlane. Maybe Joe Madera, I do think he's a good pickup, but like selling off 2 Spideys, eating an 8.5% fee on both to pick up Joe Mad. And Joe Mad, that's something I've noticed too with DCs, like Joe Mad or just DC in general, people do tend to flip those quite a bit. The 2.5% fee is convenient. I mean, Joe Mad's at a great price right now. Like, I would buy him if you had the gems and you were very bullish on like Batman, but selling 2 Spider-Mans, they're both great. I honestly think, that Ben Reilly Uncommon just itself could go up to 1 point. It could probably hit over a K. I think after this pump, like after the drops happen, everything settles, he could probably get close to 1,000, in my opinion. And yeah, no, Joe Mad had a high peak. And the uncommon, I think that's the hanging upside down, right? This one? No. Not 10,000 gems. It's certainly not that one. 690. Yeah, dude, I would just hold on to them. There's a chance that Joe Mad could surpass them in the short term, but I think long term, I do think the Spider-Mans will do better, in my opinion. So skip that. I hope that helped. Jail. I'm probably pronouncing her name in ways you've never heard before, and you're like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? So yeah. Also, keep up the great work. Loving the content, bro. I appreciate it. Shake and bake. Thoughts on Secret Rare Captain America? Let me get that. SR Deadpool versus Captain America. Deadpool, better pick. Okay, well, we can actually knock out both of those in the same one. So SR Deadpool or Captain America SR, right? Captain America. Let's look up Captain America Secret Rare. I haven't looked at the Captain Americas too much. Oof. Thoughts on Secret Rare Captain America? Part of me is like a little hesitant with him just because I feel like he's like already had his day or like his hype. Jeez, he's peaked at 7K. He's peaked at 6K multiple times and he's at 4.4. That's solid. I'm liking the number so far. Like where he's been at previously. Especially here. Like this has actually happened. Like this like all the hype didn't happen just around January 12th with like, I think that was like the tail end of like all like the blue chip and the season 1 hype and all that stuff that went on. Like he's actually kind of maintained it all the way up to 6K like within the last few days. It's just a hard sell off because you know Disney and Spider-Man does that to you. And that's the other thing too I've kind of noticed is like if the IP itself that you're trying to sell is not weaker, but lesser known or you know rated lower than what is currently being released, it'll dip more. That's just how it is. I like it. I'm just trying to think of like, okay, what's a better investment for $4.5 grand? Like let's assume the worst case scenario, like everything dips back up and it only goes up to like 5,500, which is still solid. That's a 1,000. That's a 25% increase. If you want to just get like a single NFT for $4.5 grand, I don't think Captain America's bad. I would prefer like SR Deadpool plus like other stuff. And if you're not into like, and if you're down to like actually flip multiple NFTs, like I think you might be better off with like rare Spider-Man, because rare Spider-Man has like a lot of room to move. And I'm just giving you options here. Like I don't want to give it like a yes or a no. I mean, you're kind of giving me a thoughts thing. Someone else also asked about SR Deadpool versus Captain America. Yeah, I think like gem for gem, SR Deadpool just has more room to move. Yeah, the jump into action. I mean, this thing was at what, 2,400 not too long ago. Like, yeah, and it's Spider-Man. Like, I mean, it's what's that? I mean, it's basically at half price compared to the Secret Rare Captain America, which didn't necessarily drop by half, but it's if you're spending that many gems, it's so hard to like pass up on Spider-Man. I mean, shit, you could get 2 of these, get if you wanted to diversify a bit, I guess you could get like a Spider-Man jump into action, an uncommon Steamboat Willie, also get like a Wonder Woman, or potentially even some of like the Batman series, black and whites and stuff. So like, I don't think like Secret Rare Captain America is like a bad purchase by any means. I do think he has a lot of potential. I'd rather just stick with things that are like, I do think there's less expensive NFTs that just have a higher ceiling, or that ones that could just like get you more gems, like gem for gem, if that makes sense. Holy moly, that's loud. I don't know if you guys heard that, but so I hope that helped. Delfshaven or Delfshaven or D-Elf-Shaven, I don't know. And then Shake and Bake, I think that kind of answers your question too. Latino G, Nightwing, is it a hold or sell to get something else if you own one? It's much more of like a historical NFT. I think a lot of old school Veve people like to reminisce about it. I think it's just a victim of I mean, that those total listings are pretty high. It definitely has potential. Like, it is a cool character. It's like definitely the coolest like Robin iteration. It's just a grown-up Robin, right? It's part of the Darwin Cook, Gary Frank, and then the Jay Lee Batman. I don't know. It's a sick NFT. I do like the look of it. I just don't have that much experience like looking at it or keeping close track of it. I would definitely hold. Like, do not sell. Wait till it hits a certain price point. Like, let's say it goes back up to 3.5K. At that point, just compare it to other potential NFTs that could do really, really well. And make sure, like, if you are trying to sell it, you're like moving towards another NFT. Like, don't just liquidate it just to liquidate it, ideally. Now, if there's a big announcement coming up, or you I don't know, maybe. Nightwing, not entirely sure. It's a decent little pickup. Someone bought a 435 for 3,400. Yeah. Definitely hodl at the very least. Like, even if you were planning on selling it, still hold it. It has a lot of room to move. It's not quite at like half price or anything yet, but yeah, just hold it. You can't go wrong with just holding it. But if you do want to make a move, like, and liquidate it for Spider-Mans and Deadpools and some of the other like bigger name stuff in Marvel, or if you want to liquidate it for like multiple black and white Batmans, like, you might get more gem for gem, but it's also a big piece of like Veve history and all that stuff. So not entirely certain. For now, just hodl and figure it out later. Let's see. We got through that. Analysis on Thanos. Michael Wiggins, like, I would pull it up, but that one would take me a while. I'm not huge on comics. I don't know much about comics. You would have to go to like comics and crypto and or sleep in comics for that kind of stuff. As far as I know, unfortunately, I don't think those people like live stream. I think crypto and comics does, but I don't know if they like field questions about certain comics. I'm not entirely certain. Usually it's like interviews that I've seen. I'll pull it up very quickly because I do want to catch up with chat. I feel like I'm always behind on chat, which I guess is it's a good problem to have. That means people are interacting. Let's see, Thanos, Secret Rare. I mean, I'm gonna look at the numbers like objectively, but other than that, I can't tell you like what's a good price point or like, oh, sell this for another comic. Jeez, I would hold it. Like just looking at it now, it's a secret rare. Thanos is pretty big. I don't think it's the first appearance of the Cosmic Ghost Rider. What? What? Is that like a different name for Thanos? Cosmic Ghost Rider? Is that completely unrelated? Let me see. Let me look at the cover of the comment. Like, is there something I missed? This is how little I know about comics. Is this like a different name for Thanos? Cosmic Ghost Rider? But regardless, I would just hold it, dude. Like, I wouldn't sell it right now. You just said analysis, so I think it has room to grow. I mean, it's been up to 730 before. There's more and more hype with comics, especially with the Master Collector points. Just more people have turned their attention to comics in general, which is going to help you out. So I would definitely hodl. But if you're looking to buy, if you're exclusively just looking at Thanos, numbers wise, now is a pretty decent time to buy. You could wait maybe a day or two to see if it'll go cheaper. But then again, I have no idea what other comics for around 550 would net you, or like if there's better ones. Like, I have no idea. So that's my take on it. Let's see. Just got 89 Batman Who Laughs, a 2176 for 3. Win or lose. I do think that number is synthetically pumped, like the Batman Who Laughs, but it seems like you got it at the bottom, which is decent. I mean, it could go down to 330 in the next week, but I'm sure it'll go back up. I do know Batman Who Laughs is pretty big in like the comic book community, or at least people that understand it like I do. Like I'm pretty familiar with the Batman Who Laughs like story. It's a pretty big deal. I'm just not a huge fan at that. It did seem like it was getting just synthetically pumped, or not synthetically, artificially pumped. Let's say that. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like, I think it's fine. It really depends on how many other people rally around trying to pump it up again. You just have to be ready to sell it if it does pump again. That's all I'm gonna say. Frank Monge, whatever. Like for that price point, I probably would have preferred like a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man or something like that. But like Batman Who Laughs it's solid. Like, so I wouldn't trip about it. Just hold it. Just like anything on Veve. If you buy something, you feel like at its peak, like even if you got this Thanos comic at 770, just wait. It'll go back up. Like, don't worry. Would you keep Red Skull? I'm assuming you own it. Latino G. Yes, I would keep it. I do think actually the popularity of Green Goblin will actually bring up the cost of the other villains. And this is something I actually said in a video like a week ago. I'm like, the villains are underrated. Like Jim Lee Joker, Red Skull, Doctor Doom. Like, their mint numbers are pretty low. They gatekeep you from completing the set, and they're surrounded by a ton of heroes. Like, there's 59,000 mints of Batman, but there's only 11,000 Jokers. There's 5,000 Red Skulls, but there's, I don't know, like probably 40 or there's like 80,000 mints of Captain Americas. Like, there's only so many. And if you're a huge fan of Captain America or just the show or the MC or whatever, I feel like most collectors or people that enjoy it are going to want Red Skull and a Captain America. Same thing with Doctor Doom. They're probably going to want to collect the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom. Like, that's the catalyst that makes the show work, right? You need the bad guy. At least if people want to collect it in that sense. So, yeah, I think actually Green Goblin will increase the price of Red Skull overall. Elmatics, what's good? VV vibes. What's up, dude? Tremendez. I like that. Tremendez 83. Is FA Harley Quinn a Grail? Grail, no. High A tier. I don't think she's a Grail. And what does Grail mean, really? Like, I think I need to come up with the definitive term, or the community does, or whoever. It's like, if she is considered a Grail, like, I don't know if we should just consider every FA of a new character Grail. Right. I would say no. I would say she's high A tier just for the fact that, like, Harley Quinn is big, but it's not Superman, it's not Batman, it's not Spider-Man, it's not Joker, it's not those other like big names that currently exist on there. Wonder Woman, arguable. I would still put her at very, very, very high A tier. But yeah, I like it's probably one of the most solid investments you could probably do when it comes to like FA appearances of, I don't know if she's a hero or anti-hero, a villain, whatever she Probably more of an anti-hero. Probably a villain. Yeah, she's up there, but I don't think she's a Grail. Hamoon, did you see the new option on the Golden Moments? It's called Bases and Pedestals. I don't know. Let me look that up. I'd have to see new options, huh? Is this gonna make Golden Moments triple in price? You could switch between a base or a pedestal? Unlikely. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else? Some of the Golden Moments are going up a bit. Okay. And you said, is it under options or something? I don't know what you mean. Let me rewrite that. Did you see the new option on the Golden Moments? It's called Bases and Pedestals. I don't know. If you have to own one, I don't own a Golden Moment right now. I sold one off not too long ago. But if it's something you have to own, like obviously I can't look at it right now, but I don't see it. Shankster the Third, personally, I see Green Goblin going for 1.3K when the market opens and then goes up from there. I could see that. Yeah, very, very likely. And at 1.3K, I'd probably still take it. Like if it's anywhere around 1.3, 1K or whatever, like I'll probably, me personally, I would pull the trigger. Ward Chandler, now on Dolphin just snapped up a floor SR Deadpool. Nice. Good job, mate. I'm also adding SR Deadpool to 5K for sure. Yeah. I like SR Deadpool. I really like Ultra Rare Deadpool as well. Again, there's a lot of people that are Deadpool fans, and maybe all of them or maybe not all of them are on the app yet, but like if you want the best Deadpool, you're gonna buy either the SR or the Ultra Rare, right? So R2D2 holding quite strong. Yeah, let's go and take a quick look at the Golden Moments. I know I just kind of looked it up on my app and didn't even show you guys anything, so let me do this. Golden Moments. R2D2 holding strong around 7K. A bit of a dip, but that's fine. C3PO going up. Blinded by the light. Okay, we gotta go back here really quick. Refresh. Okay, I think that's fine. Hello? All right, there we go. So Skateboard is still down. Homer and Bart have broke the 2K mark. Good for them. Sorcerer's Hat, like I said, I said this 2 days ago. This is the beginning, in my opinion, of the Golden Moments going up slowly but surely in price. I legitimately think some of these could double by Sunday, just because of all the hype. There's been a ton of bullish information about just the Disney community and all that stuff. That's just come out in like the last 2 days. It's made me more bullish on Disney. Unfortunately, I did sell my Iron Man like a few days ago, like before I heard all the information, or else I would have held it. But even then, I do think things that are more Disney direct, like Wall-E, Pizza Planet Truck, Elsa, Sorcerer's Hat, will do better than they are now. Because that's what the Disney community is familiar with. Like if Disney comes in, like if you have Disney fans come in, like they're not going to buy Homer and Bart. They're not going to buy Skateboard. I mean, maybe they will if they have a ton of money and they just want to complete the set just for the sake. But like they're going to invest into things that they're familiar with. Maybe they won't buy the Star Wars because they're might be out of their price range or whatever. But like they're going to want to get Wall-E and Pizza Planet Truck and Elsa and Mickey Hat. Like that's ideally, I think those ones are pretty undervalued. Undervalued, whatever that term means. Let's see. Wonder Woman. I think she's solid. I think it's actually a pretty good opportunity right now to pick her up. I'm trying to remember what her high point was. I need to put on silent for my thing. Yeah, that's a solid pickup. actually Wonder Woman is probably one of the best. That's why I mentioned it earlier. I'm trying to find more NFTs to recommend around the 1K mark, and Wonder Woman is definitely up there. Yeah, like, I don't know. This is a great looking graph. I know she's been going down to the right, but that's typically due to announcements that's been happening. But she's DC. The total listings haven't gone up. Like, so if we saw this and we saw the listings skyrocketing up, you know, that'd be a bit of a concern. But like, the listings are staying pretty level. And like, the price is still going down, which means people are just undercutting each other. But I'm assuming the floors between, or at least like the listings now between 1,000 and 1,500 are much thinner than they were here to here. That's just my opinion. So I think Wonder Woman is a great pickup for the amount. Let's see. Shankster the third. I'm also hearing a lot of people getting banned. Just bot users? Not entirely sure, to be honest. Couldn't tell you. But it does sound like Veve's like doubling their efforts to like catch bots or whatever it is. Air Luna, yes sir, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. Or if you're still hanging out, whatever. Appreciate you asking the question. Max Moto, can you take a look at Golden Moment Mickey hat? Yeah. I know I like briefly mentioned it, but I didn't like really dig into it, right? Come on. Work with me. Golden Moment. Mom. Golden Mom. All right, Mickey hat, where you at? I still think Mickey hat's pretty underrated. Like, up until before R2-D2 pumped, I said Mickey hat was number 2. Like, goes Walt, then Mickey. Then back then I said like Elsa. Then I kind of put like R2-D2, Iron Man, and C-3PO like roughly in the same tier. But now that the tier list is kind of shaken up a bit. And I'm not just going purely just based off of like, oh, what's the most expensive right now? Like, I don't know, it's hard. Like, you're pitting like the Star Wars fandom and like the Disney fandom, and like which one is stronger. It's really hard to say. So I do think Sorcerer Hat should be, I mean, it is. It's, but behind R2-D2, it's the third most expensive what's it called? NFT or Golden Moment. So I don't know if you're asking if you should buy it, if you're trying to sell. Like, it's a bit easier to kind of give, I don't know what kind of thing you want me to analyze about it. If you're trying to buy it, I'm trying to think if it's basically like, do you want to buy this, or is it better to get like Elsa and like Wally, or is it better to get Iron Man, or like just 2 Iron Mans? I don't know. I like where Mickey hat is going. I could definitely picture a Fantasia Mickey showing up at some point in that like Mickey series with Steamboat Willie, because that was a Mickey series. It was a series of just appearances of Mickey Mouse and probably him in different shows and outfits and cartoons and movies and stuff. So if they do Fantasia Mickey, like I would imagine Mickey Sorcerer Hat is gonna just blow up, right? And you can never go wrong with a Golden Moment. So if you're shooting for Sorcerer's Hat, that's pretty solid. I think that really the only question is, do you want to get Elsa instead? You want to get like Elsa and Wally, or do you want to get like C-3PO and Wally? I don't know. That'd be my take on it. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure if you're looking to like buy or sell, or if you're asking like whether you should hodl it or not. Joshua, sorry I was AFK. What were your thoughts on SR Deadpool versus Golden Moment's Iron Man, which would be a longer ROI? I think both are great, but I think I'm going to favor the Golden Moments just because it's so strongly tied to that Disney brand, like literally Golden Moments. FA Iron Man, it's tied to the Golden Moments. I would probably go with Iron Man, even though I do think SR Deadpool could do extremely well. Honestly, I don't think you can go wrong with either, but I'm just going based off the fact that it's a Golden Moment. Like, don't know what to tell you. And there's also a lot of other, like, you're, in a weird way, you're also kind of competing with the other Deadpools, right? Like, some people might want to stack certain Deadpools, or if they want to buy Deadpool, they're like, well, should I get the secret rare or just like the ultra rare and then buy something else? Like even if they could afford the secret rare, the option is there for them to buy just the ultra rare and stack something else or buy something else, right? Like to some people, the ultra rare might, or the rare or whatever, like might just be good enough for them. But there's only one Iron Man, and if someone wants it, you got to pay for it. So there is that as well. Let's see. Deadpool way less mints than Iron Man, also animated. Yeah, true. That is. He has animated, less mints. I mean, there's probably going to be a lot of hype around him when you can like take off the clothes and stuff. But I mean, he's still going to dance. Like he's still dancing Christmas songs and stuff. So I don't know. Like again, this is where opinions differ. I just think Iron Man. Even if Secret Red Deadpool goes higher in price, I think you would have an easier time. Like if at whatever point you wanted to part ways with it, you would have an easier time selling Iron Man 2 potentially. Even then. Let's see. All right, skip that. What are your thoughts on Rare Atlas as a new market purchase? Not very bullish on it. The only reason why it's pumping right now is because the Taiwanese, not Japanese apparently, some people think that localization is going to be happening pretty soon. For 180, I'd rather just go with like a Deadpool. The Deadpool, like common. I know it's like less, I don't know, like if you're into Voltron more than Deadpool or more into that than like Storms or something. So I'm not exactly sure. But as a new market purchase, probably not. I think you're better off with other stuff. Of course, if the localization does happen and we get a flood of new users from Southeast Asian market, it could pay off huge. But if not, even those people would probably still buy Deadpool, right? like I would imagine, whether they recognize it or not, I'm not entirely certain. But Modric the Collector, 2 Wonder Woman and some filler, or Golden Moment Iron Man. Whoo, that is good. It entirely depends on if you want to play the flipping game and you feel like you have a good sense of like timing the market. And you feel like you have a good sense of like timing the market and you want to be flexible with your portfolio, the Wonder Woman's. But if you want to just buy something and just let it sit, watch it go up in price, I would say Iron Man. Like honestly, those are so close together. Like I couldn't tell you. Plus like the 2.5% fee from Wonder Woman, which is why I mentioned like the flipping part. So it'll let you like diversify a bit, Modric, I would say. But both of those are great, are great NFTs, like Wonder Woman and Iron Man. And which one should I invest in? They both could take off like very easily. It's just how much and when, right? So in my opinion, I think Iron Man might take off initially faster. But like Wonder Woman could catch up because she's peaked at 1,500 before. She could get up to 1,400 again, and then now they're both, yeah. I could see that. I wish I could just give you a straight answer, but it's hard. Like believe it or not, I don't always just have like a yes or no or like a pick A instead of B answer. Sometimes it's your personal preference. I don't know what your tendencies are. On market. If you're new to the market and new to Veve, just get Iron Man and sit on it. But if you have some experience trading and flipping and doing that kind of stuff, get I think, and you can navigate it well, do the Wonder Woman's. Mephisto NFT, I have 250 gems to spend. I want something to flip in short term. Now should be Groot. Maybe you answered your own question. Good, I'm just kidding. Good time to buy something. Do you think some idea which collectibles should be good invest in short term? If you have 250 gems to spend, and you have 0 plans of playing the NFTs in the secondary market, realistically, you only have 200 gems, right? Because you should be playing the drops. Well, when you said you have 250 gems to spend, I'm assuming you have gems left over to spend on the drops or whatever. Like, that's fine. Let's assume that. For 250, like I said before, there was the Batman, like, so the FA if you want to just get one NFT and just call it good, you don't want to stack both of these. Darwin Cook, Batman, Robin are both solid. Both of these have peaked at like 360 prior. Sorry if I went through that quickly. Darwin Cook, number 42, and then FA Robin, number 76. I think these are both solid. I could probably see the Batman doing just a bit better because again, it's just Batman. You said what, 250? I could have sworn there was one more in this price range. Nah, I think that's it. And of course you can get Deadpool's, Storms if you want to do the stacking technique. Let me look at Batgirl. I think Batgirl's in that range too. I think Batgirl's like she's like just under, at least like the FA one. She's just under 200. I think she's, where'd she go? How high did she go previous? I would say this, if you have legitimately just 250 gems in your wallet and that's it, buy Batgirl so you at least have enough gems to play the drops. But if you have 250 gems to spend, then I would say Darwin Cook, Batman, or like the FA Robin, if you just want to get one collectible. And if you want to stack, I don't know if you've heard me say it before, like Deadpool, Storm, Groot's, whichever ones you want. Go to VVIG ASAP. All right, let me go look at my phone and then I'll show it on my screen. Vivi has an Instagram? I had no idea. No. I honestly had no idea. Vivi official, Vivi community. What about him? That was 5 hours ago. Am I at the wrong one? I don't know which one. Go to VV. I don't even know which one's the real one, to be honest. Like, I'm honestly not on Instagram that much. I don't even know which one's like the real one. There's like VV official, VV collectibles, VV community. Also, this is like my private IG, so I don't even know if I would like show it on the screen. It says token migration has begun, and I see like, I don't know, I see a bunch of superheroes there. Mostly Spider-Man, Batman, and Mickey. What do you know? Who would have thought that those are solid things to invest in? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay. This is pretty cool. Let's refresh this. And then in the meantime, I'll show you guys this. Oh, I gotta pull up the program. Give me a sec here, guys. I'll pull it up so you guys can see what I mean. That's not what I want. Close that. Did I not copy that? All right, I think we're gonna get it here. Just give me a sec. Come on, work with me. There we go. This looks pretty cool. All right. I'll even, can I make this bigger? There we go. That's pretty cool. So this is Mickey. So this is the signature on the back of the card. And this is the lenticular, that's really cool. These will definitely fetch a lot of gems. Tell me that Disney collectors would not want this. That's Minnie. This is Donald. Let's see what Donald's all about. Okay, I see you. Wow, dude, he's got some good handwriting for having Little wings as hands. That's solid. All right, we'll look at Daisy really quick. Daisy looking good. Dude, this Daisy Duck. Yep. I can see Disney collectors just going insane for this. I might have to complete the set for these. These look really good. Pluto. Interesting. Pluto's got a different thing. Pluto got the paw print. I like that. I dig that. Looks like it's like a 1950s like little radio on it. Goofy. Same thing with Goofy. Yeah. This place looks a bit ratty like that. Goofy with a hat on it. Oh, dude, Disney did such, and Veve too, did such a good job with these. The place is all like ratty and stuff, dude. I love that. That's awesome, dude. Thanks for bringing that up to me, Realtor Aaron Baker. I've been bullish on Disney since day one. Even more bullish now since I got all the new information. So, yeah, if you think that collectors won't come in here and spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars on those kind of things, I don't know. I hope that answered your question earlier, Mephisto. Maybe Robin. Yeah, I see it. Maybe Robin. VVIG just posted the new Disney preview. Dude, that's amazing. Wow, new update on Disney cards. Hey, vibes. Yeah, dude, Hammond. Dude, thanks for Realtor Aaron Baker for telling me that. That's awesome. Steve T. Unsley. Dude, I'm just going to keep butchering that last name. Hey vibes, Storm common or uncommon, which is better? Thoughts on Marvel Comics #1 uncommon? I think anytime is a good time to buy Marvel Comics. It's done nothing but go up and to the right. So if you're even, I think the fact that you're even curious about it means you should maybe buy it. I don't know. Common or uncommon? I think gem for gem, uncommon will be better, but Storm common is, from what I've heard, been an easier sell comparatively. So take that for what you will. I know the Storm common's a bit more. I mean, we'll just pull it up. Stop being lazy, VV vibes. Just pull it up. Storm? Hello? Storm? Okay. Storm? There it goes. Uncommon's at 84. The common is actually cheaper. I would say the common for now. Not sure why, but some people think, I mean, the price is pretty much identical. I do not know what's going on with the search results. Yeah, which is crazy because, I mean, this obviously has less mints and stuff, so I don't know. The market's being weird. I'm gonna refresh it in the meantime. Yeah. Thoughts on Atlas Ready? Rare for new purchase? I think I answered that one, didn't I? Yeah, no, it's not. Maybe it's just because I was slow to chat to read that. So I think I gave you your answer. I would say no right now. I'd rather invest into established name IPs rather than having a lot of things fall into place for a local, like a small not small, sure as hell not small, but a region to kind of enter the space. Me personally. NFT Valley. What do you think about Steamboat Willie Uncommon? It's great. Where's he at right now? I'm actually curious. Mickey. It's also weird that Veve put it on their Instagram and not their Twitter. I thought they did like everything through there. Yeah, Steamboat Willie's down. Happy Whistle's great at this price. What is it? 1146, 1150. 1,150 gems. That is solid. I could have sworn this thing went up to what, 1,500? Not too long ago. I could have sworn 1,800. Yeah. And it's Disney and Mickey Mouse. Like, I need to start recommending this more, to be honest. Like, if anyone has that around 1,000, it'd be like, if you can get the extra 150 gems, you should buy the Happy Whistle. That's very solid. I think it's great. I'm very bullish on just Steamboat Willie in general, but especially Happy Whistle. Like, if you can't afford the ultra rare, obviously. Got mine for 650. Nice. I did buy my Steamboats for between like 350 and 450, like the common and uncommon or whatever, when they were like down here. Yeah, like that's how much I bought them for. How many people do you think have all the golden moment sets? Like the entire set? Probably high teens, if I had to guess. Like 18 or something like that. Because there's some wealthy people out there, and like they don't make themselves known, and occasionally I'll just be on market and someone will buy my thing, or I'll see people list a very expensive like Lomit thing. I'll click on their profile and I just see the whole set, and I'm like, whoa. It could be less, it could be more, but I think it's more than some people think. It's not like, I mean, there is thousands. And if you can afford a Walt, at least nowadays, you could probably afford the rest of it too. So it could be more. I could be wrong. Maybe low 20s. But yeah, Jace, that's my expectation. Or expectation, but that's kind of my guess on it. 10 Horvat bought 1K gems for 360 for 630 USD today. I'm prepared for tomorrow. Let's go. How are you doing? I'm doing great, and that's a great steal. Never, I mean, I've been fortunate. I haven't needed to do that kind of like escrow service, but yeah. I mean, that's a great deal if you can do that kind of exchange. But I'm doing awesome. The stream, I think we're getting a little bit closer to 1K, right? Hopefully. I've seen some people sub in the meantime. Let's see, how many subs do we get? 986. We are 14 shy of 1,000. So that's exciting. Jace Dunlop, would you consider all the gold moments to be grails or close anyway? Obviously Walt is. R2D2 is on the cusp because he is the FA. As far as I know, I could have sworn, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could have sworn C-3PO was the tactical FA of Star Wars because he was minted first, but maybe people just don't care. They're like, oh, they're released at the same time. But then again, so was Todd and Rizzo, and then they made it pretty clear that Todd was the FA. So not entirely sure. R2D2 is very close. Like, it depends on how much he blows up, but I think he's the #1 nominee to like be graduated as like the next Grail. I think the most recent one was Steamboat Willie Ultra Rare. That was like the most recent like Grail that was introduced, and that was just kind of like mass adopted by the community. Like, yeah, R2D2 is right there, and it's not like any NFT that can hit 10,000, like 10K is just a Grail. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Like, I don't think Donnie's a Grail. I don't think, honestly, I don't think any of the Adventure Time NFTs are Grails. Like, even if they are super expensive, or Powerpuff Girls, like, I don't think any of them are Grails. Walt is, but the rest, very high A tier, except for the, like, Homer and Bart, the skateboard, Avengers logo. Those are probably like mid B tier NFTs, like overall, maybe high B tier, and the rest are somewhere in like the A tier range. Obviously with R2D2 being at the very highest, and I think C-3PO, Iron Man, and Elsa being like not far behind R2D2 and like the I should say the those NFTs. Sorcerer's Hat too. I forgot. Everyone always forgets Sorcerer's Hat, and I catch myself doing that. He's up there too. I don't know what else to say. It's up there too. But as of right now, the only Grail is Walt. But I could see R2D2 and either Elsa or Sorcerer's Hat being the next one, like getting into like the Grail category. That's like in the Golden Moment set. Mickey 90, what's up? Could you do a review of Mickey Mouse Steamboat Uncommon? It's doing it right now. It's great. I try not to curse. Like, I would have just dropped an F-bomb right there. I'm trying to keep this like family friendly-ish. Occasionally I drop a curse word or whatever, but it's great. For the price point it's at right now, there's not many NFTs that have the backing of Disney that is as iconic as Mickey Mouse and is, I wouldn't say half price, but it's heavily discounted and has a lot of room to move. And it would not surprise me if it hit 2K in a month, less than a month. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, I'm just very, very bullish on Steamboat Willie. So it's probably, for like the 1100 to 1200 category, it's probably by far the best NFT you could buy on the platform, like bar none. Even better, oh gosh, even better than, much as I hate to say it, but better than Rare Spider-Man. Like I put Rare Spider-Man very high, but the fact that you can still save 400 gems and still buy a Happy Whistle Steamboat Willie is a big deal. I hope I am putting enough weight behind those words. Let's find another song, like another playlist or whatever. Maybe this? No, I think that's, I'm trying to find some non-copyrighted. That's the stuff I love. Is the non-copyrighted. Give me a sec here. Actually, no, I can't. I guess this, but I think it's gonna switch accounts. How's the music, by the way? It's not like too loud or too quiet either, right? Just want to make sure it's just right. But Mickey, I hope I put enough emphasis on how important Mickey is. And by the way, don't just ignore my account value. That's way off. It's definitely higher, but it's not like, I'm nowhere near 6 digits. Let's just say that. I don't even know my vault value. I've kind of given up on updating it because it's kind of got a bit of a burden. Turn Spartan, the bases and pedestals options are there when you click onto the 3D collectibles. It's not a Disney specific thing. And better yet, it's been on it for months. I can personally confirm that. Okay, cool. Thanks for sharing. I thought it was a new feature. Okay, cool. Nice. I own the gold Mickey hat. Hold it. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Hodl, 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 hodl. Do not sell it. In my opinion. Do what you want, but I still think it's literally going to be a grudge match. I think between like Star Wars community and like the Disney community is like who could take the number 2 spot is like R2-D2 or Sorcerer's Hat. Even though Sorcerer's Hat's been like lagging behind, I think it could pull an R2-D2 and just like jump up to 9K or something. Like I could see that happening. Especially if they do continue to keep doing more Mickey stuff, and if they ever do a Fantasia drop soonish for like the Mickey set, it could do very well. JKill XRP, do you see Veve Reddit blowing up with Homer and Bart Golden Moment being based on Todd McFarlane toy from 2007? No, someone mentioned it earlier. I don't know. It's based on a drawing, but it's not written on the NFT itself. It's like, I'm not entirely certain. Like, I don't know what to think of that. It's still a good NFT. Like, it's still a golden moment regardless. But, like, is it going to overtake Elsa? Is it going to overtake Iron Man? Like, that's the real question. Is, like, is it going to overtake the already, like, mid to highest tier NFT, like, golden moments? Because that's where Homer's towards the bottom. Will he surpass, like... Because where's he at now? I mean, I'm assuming Homer and Bart's probably... Well, market's going to update in 6 minutes, but... I just don't see him, just because the initial design concept was by Todd McFarlane. I just don't see it like overtaking Iron Man or Elsa or anything like that. Like, that's the real question, right? I feel like those bottom like 4 or 5 spots are just gonna shuffle around, right? Skateboard, Homer and Bart, Pizza Planet truck, Wally, and Avengers logo. Like, those 5 are just gonna switch around in slots. So Homer might push to the top. He already has overtaken the Avengers logo, but I don't see him like taking over Iron Man. At least he shouldn't. And if he does, it'll be very short-lived. That's just my opinion. But then again, I could be wrong. I haven't looked at like the Reddit posts, so. Jake Lux, that was proven to be not true. Apparently in props wouldn't matter too much anyway if true. Exactly, that's my thought. Like, he's gonna shuffle around, but he's not gonna like, the real thing is like, can it overtake Elsa and Iron Man? Like, Katsu Machu, Katsumachu. Any opinions on FA Harley Quinn potential in the future? Also, what do you think about Adventure Time sets, specifically common and uncommon? Finn, Jake, BMO, they are slept on. Like, it's nothing against you, Katsu. It's funny because I've talked about those like 2 or 3 times today, and I'll go through it pretty quickly. FA Harley Quinn, I think, is very solid. Not a blue chip or what do you call it, a Grail by any means, but like a pretty high A tier. I'd say like a mid. If there's an A tier, she's in the middle, which is very, very solid. The only thing is she's being overshadowed by Joker and just the other superheroes, or even just like the other villains in general. I think of what else you said. Adventure Time sets, too much volatility. Still season 1. A lot of the DC, Marvel, and Disney NFTs need to price themselves out before people start really investing in Adventure Time. And I think plus some of the rumors around like pump groups around some of the Adventure Time NFTs is maybe shied some people off. I've invested in those before, and like I think they're, if you're willing to take the risk, like those NFTs actually aren't bad for like quick flips meaning like you could probably flip them like within a week, or even like a few days if you get lucky, if you happen to find it pumping or whatever. But at the same time, there's just like better NFTs to buy for the price point. And like if you do own one and you find yourself low on gems and there's a big drop coming, like those are one of the first ones you sell, right? You don't sell Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, you don't sell like the Batmans and stuff. Like you just typically don't sell those. Like you'd rather get rid of your Jake the dog to have enough gems to play the next couple drops, right? Like that's just typically what happens. Like the bigger name IPs need to sell themselves off, or what happens is that the community sometimes just starts valuing different things randomly for whatever reason. I remember there was the common craze with the comics. It started with comics, bled over to the collectibles, and then that kind of turned into an FA craze where people were buying FAs. Then that kind of morphed into season 1. Then a lot of the season 1 collectibles started pumping, even if they weren't FA. Like it just kind of started morphing. The majority of them are because it's season 1. It kind of just started morphing into that. It just seems like even after all that, a lot of the prices of those NFTs stayed high, but like it just seems like, well, okay, Adventure Time did stay high. Like they did obviously pump up and they recovered, but it might not happen to like late season 4, like early season 5, where people are like, the season 1 collectibles are so far out of reach, or like people are like, wow, all the season 1 collectibles are slept on. Like Powerpuff Girls, some of the Back to the Future stuff, some of the Adventure Time is being slept on. It's just going to take time to mature, in my opinion. And as long as like, I think people are going to continue to overlook it, as long as just DC, Marvel, Disney keeps putting out just better looking NFTs for similar price points. Like that's just how it is. KK, thanks for the support. Planning to buy a golden moment. Elsa versus C3PO. What would you see as better purchases? Ugh. Again, it's like another grudge match. Like, it's funny, the grudge matches are like, in my opinion, R2-D2 versus Sorcerer's Hat, even though the price points are different, or C3PO and Elsa. Either one is good, dude. I'll be honest. Like, I do think Elsa is just a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. But the nice thing is with C3PO, I think as R2-D2 gets better, he'll kind of just like inadvertently like bring up the price of C3PO as well. Some people will say C3PO, other people might say Elsa. This is probably one of the few times I'll say like it's a coin flip. I mean, we can pull them up. At the very least, we'll like look at edition numbers and stuff. Not that that will like really matter, but maybe it'll kind of give you some semblance. Hello? Don't forget to hit that subscribe button, guys. I am, what? How many subs now? Ooh, 11 subs away from 1,000. Let's go. 1,000 away. Let's see if it'll do it now. Golden moments. It's funny. Our C3PO is going up. Yeah. And then Elsa is going up as well, but you know, kind of trailing behind. So 12,000 editions of Elsa, 12, exact same edition, same comment, same rarity, almost identical price point. C3PO is a bit higher. I see C3PO getting ahead initially, but I think long term, or there could be a point where Elsa just explodes, in my personal opinion. And she just does extremely well. I mean, she's the first princess, the most profitable princess, and probably the only princess, I won't say the only princess, but one of the few princesses that Disney will just keep pushing for years and years and years and years. But then again, they have Star Wars. Like, Star Wars, there's stuff coming out about Star Wars like literally every 6 months. So there is that as well. I don't think you can go wrong with either. Both are so good. I think it might come down to the franchises. I think part of me, C3PO is the safer bet, but I could see Elsa just doing something ridiculous. That's my take, my opinion. I have no idea. I just got that weird feeling. Down in my bowels, I got that weird feeling. Well, would you sell Battle Statue for FA Joker or hold? Where's Battle Statue? And is FA Joker that cheap right now? Market did update, so we'll see. Joker's 1,300, and then the Battle Statue is how much? 1,249. I like FA Joker because he has history of hitting up to 2K. I mean, so is Battle Statue, but it was so short-lived. My gut instinct says yes, but I do think... I think both NFTs will recover well. I think Jim Lee Joker will do better recovering from this. But it's hard to say. I'm also just, in general, not very bullish on like that Battle Statue. It's a great looking statue. I know some people are extremely bullish on it, and the artist is very well known in the DC community, blah, 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 but I don't know, like with just, there's a ton of listings up for it right now. So yeah, that's my take on it, Anthony Moore. Like, I hope that helped, but Joker's really inexpensive right now. Like, I told people, like, if you see him below 1.3 or, God forbid, 1.2K, like, you just buy it. You just buy it because he's going to go up. And I would say the same thing. Yeah. I would say yes now, but who knows? Battle Statue could do something weird. Like, I just don't have enough history of the Battle Statue to base it off anything. But again, I don't think you're wrong holding either. And I think the difference if they both pump up is like maybe 100 gems, 150 gems. But Joker could run. There's 11,000 Jokers and there's tens of thousands of Batmans. Price prediction for Wonder Woman after tomorrow's drop? I think it's more likely after the Marvel Mighties drop, because that's when people are really just gonna... People look at the drops, they see what they want, they see what they're gonna buy, they're gonna go shopping after it's all done. I could see Wonder Woman going back up to 1.4 like Sunday afternoon, and then by the end of the week 1.7 or something. I couldn't tell you. It's hard to... I don't know if and that's the hard part. Is like it's hard to tell if these NFTs, and if history serves me right, I could see, Jesus, Wonder Woman is 975. The issue is like, are these going to run well above their peaks from prior? Like, I think she'll run to around 1.3 like Sunday afternoon. I mean, she might go up. She might go down tomorrow. I couldn't tell you tomorrow, but like after everything is said and done and there's no new like big crazy announcements of IPs or something like that, I think she could. I think she could get around 1,500 like by the end of next week or something, maybe higher. I don't know. Like, as someone that like watches the market very closely, like trying to guesstimate, like when you see stuff like this and people tell you to look at the end of the year, it's like, it's so hard to tell like what you're gonna do. It's like someone asking you like, oh, what are you gonna eat a month from now? And you're like, I don't know. Like this exact time, like what are you gonna eat? You're like, I have no idea. I don't know where I'm gonna be. I don't know what I'm gonna eat. I don't know if I'll be sick, if I'll be hanging out with a friend, will I be at home like during that time? Like I couldn't tell you. Such a weird analogy, I know, but that's kind of how I view it. JKL XRP, Jace, it's not even that Todd, it was released through McFarlane Toys, and if it is Todd, it definitely matters. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna let the community figure that out. Tin Horvat looks amazing. It really does. Either way, it does have a 3-digit Homer and Bart that I bought for 89 gems after dropping the market. Dude, what a steal. I will admit, I'd had absolutely no money. I put $100 into Veve, like, when the golden moment started. And I already told my whole story last time, but yeah. Julie T, can you check the chart for what happened, for what it is, the highest price from Batman Who Laughs, Catwoman, Zombie Common? Okay. I can pull some of those up. I so wish, and I'm sure Omi the Clown is listening, I wish I could bookmark some of these. Like a little top right, there's a little bookmark thing, and I can just bookmark the ones I want. It'll either, I don't want to layer all this stuff together because that would just get really messy, but there's some NFTs that people do ask about time and time again. I'll go through this pretty quickly because am I caught up with chat? Yeah, I'm actually somewhat caught up with chat, so. Batman Who Laughs. That's number 80. I'm just gonna do hashtag 89. That's the one he's at. Hashtag 89. You want to see what the all-time highs? The highest price from these. Okay. So Batman Who Laughs did peak at 605. I will say, when you do see total listings fly up like this, that means people are trying to take profits. And even if it does get back up to 605 at some point, it's going to have to eat through literally hundreds of listings to get back to that point. Yeah, so, and I think Batman Who Laughs is artificially pumped. I don't think it really happened. I think there was a group of people or whatever it was on Twitter trying to pump Batman Who Laughs. So, I mean, the peak is 605. That's great, but it's gonna. I think there's better purchases for 300 right now. Like get Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. It didn't peak as high, but it's just more consistent, and I think more people are gonna invest in that. What was the other one? Catwoman. God, I remember telling people to literally buy all 3 of those NFTs like a month ago, because they were all below 100. They're all FAs. They're all pretty well known. Maybe less Batman Who Laughs, but Catwoman looks decent. I do think she'll go down a bit more. Those listings are looking a bit high. It wouldn't surprise me if she gets down to like, I would have to look at the walls, but like, it wouldn't surprise me if she gets down to like 310 or something, and then you can rebuy her. But I'm somewhat bullish on her because she is having a show or like a series or whatever's happening with her. So, I mean, if DC are trying to push the Catwoman character, that's pretty good. It is going to be a bit of a hodl for her to get back up to 420, but again, I could be wrong because there's a lot of listings she's going to have to eat through. So, and then Spider-Man. But these are all very solid, Julie. These are all very solid. Like this is stuff I usually either recommend people to pick up for like this price range, because I'm assuming it sounds like you probably have 350, maybe 400 gems to play with, and you're curious what to buy. Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, I know it says 445, but I've synced it. I've synced it with my eyes. It went up to 490 because I sold a Spider-Man at 480, and it was up to 490. I bought 9 of these when they were at like 280 or something. I bought a few when they were down here, but I sold them off on the way up. I saw this dip, and I'm like, all right, it's gonna go back down. And it started going up again. I'm like, and this is when the other Spider-Mans were pumping a ton. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna buy a bunch at 280. I think it's gonna keep going up. Sure enough, it did. And yeah, the rest is history. I think 300 is a great price point for this. I think of all the 3 that you recommended, I think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man will recover or go up the quickest. I don't know if you're looking for a flip or a long-term hodl. Either way, I still think Zombie Hunter Spider-Man is the one. Plus, you save a bit of gems. You can, with that extra 75 gems, you can pick up an Alligator Loki. You can grab a Storm. I think Common Storm right now is like 80 gems. Something like that. So that'd be my take. Play the music too? Oh, okay. I've already closed it. I might have to do it next time. But you guys know where it's at. Joe Blue, hello. Brandon F, you Uncommon Spider-Man, Free Falling, sub 700. We got Spider-Man pulled up right here. Yeah, he's dipping pretty hard. This is a very, I might start recommending this. This is probably a good one to grab. It's not quite like half price yet. It's not as crazy as like Wonder Woman or God, what was I need to write these down. Like whenever I see like a ridiculously underpriced NFT, I'm like, this is very good. Yeah, I like this one. This is a pretty good pickup. A lot of people taking profits on this. Also Deadpool too, like the secret rare Deadpool. He's a bit cheaper than this, but I think his peak is like the same. Secret rare, ultra rare, 580. So for 100 gems less. Yeah, this thing pumped with 1K, which is similar to the uncommon Spider-Man. So, I mean, that's a legit thing too. It's like, all right, do I get uncommon Spider-Man or ultra rare Deadpool? I think that is one you can take into consideration. Not entirely sure. Let's see. Oof, now I need to catch up with chat. I need to double time. Play the music. Think Steamboat Common ever hit 5 to 10K? Latino G? Sure. It's gonna take could take a couple of years, but I think it'd get there. Hit the 5 to 10? That's a big range. Will this NFT hit anywhere between 200 to 1K? I don't know. That's a bad analogy. But yeah, it could probably hit 5K at some point. Who knows? I think that'll take a while though. I used to have an ultra rare Mickey, but I really want uncommon. I'll just have to pray for the drop tomorrow to get lucky. You used to have ultra rare Mickey, but I really want uncommon. Yeah. Sounds like you kind of like rearrange your portfolio or whatever, so. Yeah, I'm hoping to get lucky on the drop tomorrow too. Fraser Crane, hey man, new here, love the stream. Thoughts on Ultraman? Notice sub 300s, especially commons, are dwindling. Any significance? Are people just delisting? Cheers, man. I would say I'm not very bullish on the whole Ultraman thing. Like I know we partnered with that new company. I think someone told me it's Taiwanese, but not Japanese or whatever. I'm not entirely sure. Not very. Too many things need to fall into place, like localization. We need to get mass adoption from the Southeast Asian market. And even then, from what I've heard from the old people that claim to be either from those regions of Southeast Asia or claim to be at least familiar with Ultraman, from what I've heard is that this is the old school Ultraman. This is what probably, if there was an NFT, this is what the Southeast Asian market wants. Come on, help me out here. Is this version of Ultraman? I can notice the difference, kind of like the single fin down the middle. It's a much more sleek and like classic look, and not this. From what I've heard, if people see this from those regions, they'll look at this and think it's like a Marvel Mighty's version. Like, I don't know if this is like the Netflix version, but it's like, it even says here, Shinjiro is the son of the Ultraman. Like, it's not the OG Ultraman. So I think it's just being hyped up because people were like, oh my God, China is going to legalize NFTs, went up here, died off. And then, oh my God, now we're partnering with this company that's has this huge mass adoption in Japan. Does that mean we're going to have localization? So I wouldn't chase the hype train. Plus the total listings and again, I ignore all this back here because this is, I don't even know what happened back here, but this is always weird. But like the listings are at an all-time high. So for 485 gems, I think you're better off with other investments than Ultraman. Hope that answers your question, Fraser. Jay Stunlop, I own every Disney Golden Moment set. I got in early and I got super lucky with Serial Killer set, got all the sets, and got both Golden Lucky Charmers and Gold Tree. Dude, Jace, lucky man, dude. You better play the lottery while you can. Stack up those, what's it called? Those, Master Collector points. Spend them all on Darth Vader. And just win, just win, dude. Dude, good for you, dude. I'm happy. I never really thought about owning it. I did have a wallet at one point, but I legitimately had no other money to put in the app. So I was like, I'm going to sell Walt. I know he's going to be worth $1 million later, but it's like, I don't want to ride my whole Veve experience on this one NFT and just like ride the wave and just play behind. So I ended up selling them. And then with all that money, I've been able to play the market. I bought almost every NFT other than like Ultraman, like the majority of the IPs that I've bought NFTs from the majority of like the different categories and the IPs that have been on the platform. And some work well, some just don't. And I've just had the most success. I've done serial killers, I've done Kripkins, I've done Myrmicornos, I've done 007 posters, I've done all kinds of stuff. But the stuff that's just been the most consistent and has always gone up and to the right pretty well has been the DC, Marvel, Disney, like every time. So that's what I recommend to most traders, just because, especially if you're new to the space, if you try to speculate or go for like margin flipping with serial killers like I try to do, like it just doesn't work out. You can't predict the market. But it's like those IPs don't get hit as hard when it comes to dips, and when it does happen, they recover very, very quickly, which is nice. I can't say the same for the other IPs. But good for you, Jace. JKill XRP, if they picked Todd for first Veve NFT, it makes sense that they would for first Disney NFT. Maybe? I don't know. That seems a bit of a stretch. Gasto T, what's up? Joe Mad, Batman to flip an uncommon Steamboat? Wasn't he like always like that high? Joe Mad, let me look up Joe Mad. I thought Joe Madero was like always more expensive than... was like always more expensive than Steamboat Willie Uncommon. Like he was always a little bit above, so I mean, and plus Joe Mad has gone up to 1,200 or 2,400 at one point, and he's peaked at 2K a couple times. Where's Steamboat Willie? I like Joe Mad is a very solid NFT to invest in for 1,500. Is it better than Spider-Man Rare, even though it's 100 gems more? I would say no. It's very, very, very close. And what the hell did I just type? I don't even know what that was. Not English. Mickey, that's what I was typing. I mean, Steamboat Willie's 400 gems cheaper, and it's peaked at 1,800. Like, but I think overall, I do see, in a weird way, I do see Steamboat Willie just like having more potential. Not by much though. It's maybe because I'm like a newer adopter of Veve, and I have not been on Veve for like a year, and I've seen like just all the different iterations and cycles that like the earliest versions of like Batmans have gone through. But Steamboat Willie's a whole nother level. Joe Mad is a part of history on like the Veve app, but like Mickey's a part of the like Disney history of just the world and like existence. I don't know like how else to say it. Like, and it's 400 gems cheaper, so you could buy this and like buy a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, buy a God, what was it, Darwin Cook Batman, or buy a Robin. Like you can buy other things alongside the uncommon Steamboat Willie to make up the difference. You know, it's 400 gems cheaper or 300 gems cheaper. That's just my opinion, but you can't go wrong with either. Let's see. Holy moly, I need to catch up with chat a bit. What's up, Joe Matt? Okay, I read that. Aiden Jackson, love your content. You might already mention this, but the price prediction for Donald Duck tomorrow. I think Donald Duck, I honestly think that, dude, I think that thing with like the music and like the lenticular card hyped a lot of people. I honestly can see the Mickey and Minnie card going for 450 to 550 now. Like they might start at like 300, but like they're gonna get up to that point. Donald and Daisy, even though they're two different rarities, I think just Daisy might not be as popular. Like people really like Donald. I think Donald has played like a really big part in like Disney history, a little bit more than people know. So I can see them going for probably 650 to 750. So Mickey and Minnie probably 450 to 550. Daisy and Donald going like 650 to 750. Maybe Mickey and Minnie go for a little bit less, like maybe closer to like 350. I could see Pluto going for And I'm probably just a bit more bullish on this because like there's so much new information been released about the Disney fan base and the community and all that stuff recently on like some other big content creators platforms or channels. Pluto is probably going to be like 850 to maybe $1,000, and like Goofy, it's the first secret rare that's been on Disney, so like I've changed my number so many times. I think Goofy can go for like $2.5 to $3,000. I don't know. It's so hard to guesstimate. Like we haven't had like these kind of drops with Disney. We haven't had lenticular cards. Even though they're FE, it's basically like a quintuple FA. Like it's hard to tell, and it's the first time secret rare. Like I couldn't tell you. But these do look like the definition of like collectibles. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it has the signatures on the back, and like it's really great. But yeah, but no, don't apologize that. So Aiden, appreciate your comment or your question. It's really good. Mendes Flips, I own Elsa, Pizza Truck, C3PO, and Iron Man. Got them all on drop. Hell yeah. Congrats, dude. Latino G, smash the like button, of course. Yeah, smash like. How many subs are we away from? 8 subs away. Let's go from 1,000. Let's go. Aiden Jackson, also, how high could you see R2-D2 go? I think he's going to slow down a bit. He did have like a pretty significant pump, obviously not too long ago. Without a timeline, I couldn't tell you. Like, I have no idea. Like, I mean, like, I've said this before, but when you see, I realize this is Todd, but I mean, a lot of NFTs react this way, where it's like, when you see prices jump like this, where it's like month over month, you know, the first price pump that it seems like he's had since October, like early November, he went up basically 1K, 1.2K. The next time he went up 2 point something K, and the next time he pumped, he went up 9.5K. Like, it's really hard to price predict that kind of stuff. Like any NFT, all it takes, like, especially, I think this pump was happening and it would have plateaued, but then Jeremy Padawar, whatever, put out a tweet saying, hey, by the way, I own the 100 Todd McFarlane Batman. No, like the actual mint number 100 Todd McFarlane. And then it just shot up from there. So when all it takes is one tweet, one announcement, one leak, one whatever to have something happen, like things just insanely blow up. Or all literally Disney has to do is just say, hey, by the way, put out an official tweet to all the millions of people following them and all, like their official Discord and stuff. Like, hey, by the way, go over to Veve and buy Disney NFTs. Everything explodes. Like, who knows? Like, there's just so many catalysts why prices could just fly up. Any ideas on Fantastic Four? Comment number 1. Any ideas? No, I don't know that much about comics. I wish I did know more, but I really don't. You have to go to Comics and Crypto or like Sleep in Comics for those guys. I think I've said before, I'm not too sure if they like live stream. They have videos. I don't think I've ever seen Sleeping in Comics stream. I think I've seen Comics and Crypto, but usually it's like an interview and they're not like typically fielding questions and stuff about certain comics, but I could be wrong. I don't know. At least that I've seen. Blaine McCracken, C3PO over Elsa all day long. Star Wars is here for 45 years now and has so many crazy fans. I mean, Disney has a lot of crazy fans too, and it's been around for a long time. Elsa is the most profitable princess Disney's ever had, and if you think that Disney's like not going to stop just like incessantly like milking, that's a wrong term. Elsa, or the IP, for all it's worth, it's like it's not gonna it's like it's gonna happen. JL Catwoman is also in the Batman movie coming out March 4th. Nice. New stamp dropped Monday. Really? Did they announce that? Probably because I have Do Not Disturb on my phone and I have Discord closed. So stamp drop. That's not gonna stop anyone from Lunar New Year. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool looking stamps. But that's not going to stop hordes of people just gobbling up the market within a couple hours after the Marvel Mighties drop. Like, people are going to go shopping when that's done. People got what they want, or if they find out they can't afford that Green Goblin because it's at 2K, they're just going to go shopping for something else, and then the market's going to switch up. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm kind of double timing here because I want to catch up with chat. The whole ecomi wiki is wrong. I hope they fix it in the near future. For an example, Catwoman peaked at 600, but it shows 480. Yeah, like it has that for some things, like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. It says it stopped at like 446, but not 480 or whatever. But it's fine. Like I'm not gonna get upset with it or whatever. Like, and I think it's more on ecomi, not ecomi wiki's end, but it's taking the live information that the Veve API, I believe, is just giving them. So it's just taking information it receives and just putting it on the chart. So it could be ecomi wiki, but it also could just be like the Veve servers as well. Maybe it didn't pick it up or whatever. I have no idea. Or maybe a lot of stuff happened between the hour. I couldn't tell you. Jason Fabuk chart. I brought that up a few times. I think that's pretty solid. I'll just type in Jason. It's probably one of the better NFTs you can get for around 500 gems. Definitely one of the better ones. I mean, he went up to 820, and I like seeing these too when you see like surrounding like candles around it. So like it's worst case scenario. I mean, it's proven 3 times, technically 4 times, actually. Yeah, a lot of times it can push above 600 pretty easily, and you're at 480. The only slight hesitation is that like there's a lot of listings, like tons of people taking profit, but at the same time, like I don't think it'll take it very long to eat through these listings to get back up to 600. And I think what some people do, and I've done this before too, is like, you know, people are posting their Jasons, Jason Fabuk, Batmans, to get money, right? To get gems for the drops. But if it doesn't sell and the drops are happening, or let's say it gets to Saturday morning and they haven't sold it yet, they're just going to delist it, which makes the floors thinner, which means it'll just go up in price faster. So I think this one's very solid for this price point. Jason Fabuk, solid. If you guys are wanting like a black and white series one. The real question is, do you want to get this, or do you want to double up on, if you want to spend like basically 20 more gems, or it could be the same price point. If you want to do that, Darwin Cook, dude. Darwin Cook is just nosediving. I was gonna say you can buy like 2 Darwin Cooks, or you can buy a F.A. Robin and a Darwin Cook, but like he peaked at 320. Now he's at 228. He's nosediving. People really like just trying to sell it. But again, like, these candles, I do like these candles, so you can either double up on these guys or get a Robin and a Darwin, or get a Jason Fabuk for the same price. Yeah, that's what I would say. Pixel Trader, new SPS drop just announced, yeah. Lunar New Year mask stamps, Monday, 8 a.m. Nice. I heard that. Everyone likes stamps. I think it's probably good. It's a nice little thing to kind of help out the new people, I think. It's really inexpensive. There's probably going to be a lot of mints, and yeah, we'll see. Bought a Zombie Hunter comment for 450 before the dip. Feels bad. It'll get back up, dude. Just hold it. Give it like 2 weeks. Give it like 2 weeks. It'll go back up. That's my guess. Maybe less than that. What about Zombie Hunter Spider-Man number 2? The ultra rare? Solid. As long as he's around... If he's below 1100, I would say it's a pretty solid pickup. But even then, I would rather get Steamboat. Steamboat Willie Uncommon or the ultra rare. Wow, he's below 1,000. So when I see this in this price range, I'm thinking Wonder Woman. I'm thinking Steamboat Willie Common. I'm thinking that's like if all you had is 1,000 gems. I'm thinking Wonder Woman because she's at this price point as well. He peaked at 18. He's basically 50% off. I mean, he's off by 100 gems or 99 gems, but those are all solid. Like solid NFTs for 1,000. Zombie Hunter, Spider-Man, Wonder Woman. I think Steamboat Willie is below that as well, so you might have to like make up a bit of a difference. Yeah, Steamboat Willie's at 900. Wonder Woman, a little bit below that. Can you guys think of any other NFTs? I think I'm catching up with chat now, which is good. Any other NFTs like around $1,000 that you guys think are like really solid? Shit, Joker's kind of getting to that point. I don't think he's that low yet. No, he's not there. F.A. Harley's like 750 right now. Where is she? Yeah, 800. Those are all very solid. If I had to put them in order, it sucks because they both have catalysts. Like, it's basically between Steamboat Willie, common, or Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. And like, Mickey's probably gonna, after this drop, a lot of the Disney NFTs are gonna get pumped, especially Steamboat Willie. But then again, with the Marvel Mighty Spider-Man, like I do think it'll just indirectly get this up, like pump this up as well, because we're gonna have a lot of people up here. There's actually quite a few people up above here that bought above 1,000, let's say 1,200, that are, at least they should hold until it gets back up. So not entirely sure. I think it's honestly, it's a coin flip. I don't know. I'll just tie them. If you got Steamboat Willie and you have 100 gems left over, you can, you know, get a Storm or get 2 Groots or whatever. You have a little bit extra to play with. That and Zombie Hunter Spider-Man Ultra Rare are tied, followed by Wonder Woman, followed by everything else. I don't know. Dr. Doom Marvel Mighty, yeah, that's true. That's another solid one, dude. I cannot. He's down quite a bit too. Dude, he was sub 1,000 for a minute. He was sub 1,000. Let me zoom in here. I remember looking literally during the stream, and I'm like, dude, no way. He's at 1,000. Yeah, he was at. Well, that was yesterday. Maybe ecomi wiki didn't show it, but I remember pulling it up, and it was at like 1,000, or it was at 1050 or something around there. Like plus or minus 50 gems around 1,000. I'm just like, what? This is really inexpensive. And this guy has peaked at 1,400 at one point. So yeah, those are all solid. If I had to, but now he's in like the Steamboat Willie uncommon range. So I would pick Steamboat Willie uncommon over Dr. Doom in my pick. It's not by much though. Like, time to double time. But Max Moto, that was a good question. I know you just brought up that one thing, and I kind of went off on a tangent, but Viker, when do you think Marvel? When you think of Marvel, sorry, my brain's going hyper because I'm drinking this energy drink. When you think of Marvel, what's the first thing that pops out of your head? Spider-Man, now Avengers, Iron Man, Captain America. Pretty much, yeah. That's why I said Spider-Man. But then again, Disney is so huge too, so that's why I think it's honestly a coin flip whether it's Spider-Man or Mickey Mouse. I do think the Mickey or just the Disney community will be a little bit late to the part, not late, but just they'll be later to the party. But we could see some of the Disney NFTs just skyrocket. Ison, hello, just arrived. Where do you see Goofy drop? Think there's a chance for it to be under 2K after March? I think it will be under 2K, but I think it'll settle somewhere closer to like 2.5. Maybe push 3 if like people are very, very bullish. I'm not sure if it's actually helped or hindered the Disney card drop because the Marvel Mighties is after. Maybe people are a bit more conservative with their gems because they don't want to spend it all on Disney, and they want to save enough for the Marvel drop. Because if let's say Disney was actually after, let's say we had the Marvel drop this morning, you know, I feel like people would have settled in what they wanted. Maybe they stack certain Marvel NFT, the Spider-Man ones, they've already flipped it by now for short-term profit, and people know how much they're willing to spend for the rest of the Disney set, so they're able to just pull the trigger on stuff. But now people might be hesitant to do that on the Disney cards, so it might work to our benefit. It could be lower. I do think if the Disney drop was second, maybe I could see Goofy going like 3K, but maybe because it's before, people might be hesitant to pull gems or like buy it. Maybe around like 2. I don't know. Again, I could be completely wrong. Beaker, that's how the newly investors will start thinking. Yeah, exactly. It's hard because if they don't have the gems to buy the Spider-Mans and all that stuff, that's where they start getting a little, you know, I don't want to say loopy or whatever, but they just start kind of like getting in their own thought process and like, well, what if I buy this Cryptkin or this decon item, which is, you know, at the end of the day, like everything's going to go up in profit eventually, or just everything's going to go up eventually. But I think they failed to realize that there's like, well, there's Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, there's the black and white series. There's actually quite a few black and white series NFTs right now below 500, surprisingly. Ilmatics, uncommon hanging out or ultimate Fallout comic rare? Or ultimate, I don't know, dude. Ultimate Fallout comic rare? I think right now, I think the hanging out uncommon Spider-Man is, people are really trying to dump that. I think right now, like, I don't think this Spider-Man's never gonna get this low again. The uncommon hanging out. I mean, it's below 700, which is pretty crazy to think of. And I think I've said this before, like, so 686 for zombie, like look at this, like, look at these listings. So 209 all the way up to 340. It's up there, but again, it's Spider-Man. I'm not too concerned. People might delist their stuff once the drops are done, and they're like, look, I can't sell my Spider-Man right now, or I'm not willing to sell it for this cheap. I'm just gonna unlist it and, you know, and then just sell it when like during the next peak or whatever, the next pump, whatever. I could see that happening as well. The real question is, and I think it was John earlier, John, I forgot his last name, brought this up. Is it better to buy an uncommon Spider-Man hanging out or a ultra rare Deadpool? Because that's actually, I mean, ultra rare Deadpool is actually cheaper by 100 gems. That's another thing to think of. I don't have an answer right now, but I think that's something to consider, especially since this is peaked at 970. I mean, and the listings haven't moved a whole lot. Maybe it has. Yeah, 113, 171. It's a bit more niche, but once if people want Deadpool and they want the best one, if they can't afford secret rare, they're gonna have to settle on ultra rare. I don't know. That's just another thought to think of. Sony, yes, they want that version of Ultraman. They are releasing a new movie in Japan to reboot the original Ultraman. Sick. The upcoming Ultraman movie may affect some of the Ultraman NFTs, but probably not much. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because it's not the original look Ultraman. Yeah, and I think people, you know what? People had the exact same reaction to Storm. When Storm came out, it wasn't her classic look with like the very long flowing like silver and white hair or whatever she had in like the cartoons and stuff. People were like, I don't want that Storm. I want the one where she has a bunch of hair and her outfit looks a bit similar, but not the exact same as like the classic one. So yeah, I think people have a very similar reaction. And I think I will honestly say when they come out with the like original Storm, I think it will perform better than this current Storm. Not by much though, but I think it will perform better. MCP points will expire, I think. Push the like, guys. Let's go. Yeah, dude, I'm getting there. How many subs am I at right now? I'm just stoked. I just want to celebrate this with you guys. Oh, 6 subs. 6 subs from earlier we were at like 20, then 12, then 8, then 6. So we need 6 more subs. So if you guys hit that sub button, I would appreciate it. More people just botting whatever. What about Wonder Woman? Dude, Wonder Woman, Richard Smith, she's great. Richard, it's just taken me a while to get the chat, so. And there's just so many people asking questions, it's gonna take me a while, but I'll pull it up really quick. Wonder Woman, I think she's great. She's great for the price point. I mean, she peaked at 1500, 1550 not too long ago, and so I mean, she's basically at like a 35% discount right now, which is crazy to think of. And I do put her in like a solid A tier NFT, in my opinion. You know, not as strong as Superman and all that stuff. I mean, those are grails, and I wouldn't consider Wonder Woman a grail, but extremely high A tier. for where she's at. Like, it's very solid. And you know, and there's more than one way to invest or skin a cat or whatever the hell phrase you want to use that doesn't sound morbid. Like Steamboat Willie plus a couple things, you know, and then Wonder Woman, and then whatever else. Like, like, as long as it's DC, Marvel, Disney, you really can't go wrong. It's just some NFTs might pull ahead than others at certain time points or price points and stuff. Good luck tomorrow on Drop, y'all. I hope we get something. Me too, Tin. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you. Ben Kai, how much should I sell low mint Deadpool? Below 50? Or should I hold? What's the rarity on it? And I mean, typically what I do is I just go on the market and just find what the like 40s and 60s or just pretty much anything sub 100, like what are those going for? And if you're looking to like sell it quickly, you're gonna have to undercut them or at least like find a price point that kind of matches. That's typically what I do. But yeah, like low mint Deadpool, I don't even know. Like, there's a huge difference between a common and a secret rare, or uncommon secret rare. Sam P 2004, thoughts on common Deadpool? It's great. I like common Deadpool. I told people for a while to like get the uncommon, like if you're trying to like stack and like, I mean, you could just buy more uncommons than commons, right? Because it's cheaper. From what I've heard, and it's probably been a while, maybe during the time I was selling them. From what I've heard, gem for gem, you're gonna get more out of Ugly Sweater, you know, the uncommon, but it's just easier to sell the commons. Just more people want to buy them. I don't know why. I don't like that pose where he's like this and like holding his head. Like, if you could took off the cosmetics, he's still gonna be like this versus having his thumb up, right? So yeah, because this is 30% cheaper. So basically you can either get 3 commons or 4 uncommons. It's the same price, assuming the floor is, you know, where it's at. It's up to you. I still think you'll get more out of this. It might take you a bit longer to sell them off. So I think Deadpool's great. I put it in the same category as like Storm and stuff, which is kind of another consideration. Is it better to get 2 Storm commons rather than a single Deadpool, rather than get like a single Deadpool? And that's another topic in and of itself. This is just more work. Like I said, as you go down, like if you go all the way down to Groots, I don't know, there's so many Groots. I think Storm is a good medium between where Deadpool and Groots are at. It's gonna take more work. You can get more out of your gems, but it's gonna take more listing, more dealing with people undercutting you, all that stuff. So I think it's great. Dr. Doom Marvel Mighty. Nail. So I'm butchering the name. My bad. I don't know what you want me to do about it. I mean, I'll look it up really quick. I think it's awesome. I pulled it up just a few minutes ago. And I would say he was at 1,000 earlier, and that would have been like a really good chance to pick him up. I think at 1150, it's all right. I think at this price point, you're better off with like an uncommon Steamboat Willie, in my personal opinion, or even like an ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man like that we recently found out. Even Wonder Woman, I think those are better bets than Dr. Doom right now. But if Dr. Doom was at 1,000, or like I think he was at 999 at one point, and I'm like, what? I think that probably lasted all but like 15 minutes. Then at that point, if that's all you could afford, then yeah. But I like Dr. Doom, but I just think where he's at now, I just listed off 3 NFTs that I think are a better purchase. Do you think Powerpuff Girls series is undervalued, extremely low edition, and it's an iconic show? Mojojo, yeah. I've talked about it before. I think the series is getting slept on just because there's other bigger name IPs and NFTs that are just more popular and easier to sell than those. Like, I know the low mints are a big deal, and I think that's kind of a more old school thought back in like early Veve, which is like mints over popularity. But now it's like there's just other NFTs for like the similar price points of like the Powerpuff Girls or Adventure Time. And plus, like, if you're gonna sell an NFT to have enough gems for the next drop, like you're gonna sell your Adventure Time or Powerpuff Girl over your Spider-Man or your Batman, or anything like that. Like that's just how it goes. Plus the 2.5% fee means you're a bit more hesitant to sell your like Disney and Marvel stuff. Disney and Marvel and DC need to price themselves out before, like, a lot of the black and white series stuff like needs to really go just get absurdly priced before I think those go before those are like heavily considered. And it could be because right now we're in season 3. We might be like in the tail end of season 3. I have no idea how BB does their seasons, but it could be to like late season 4 or like season 5 where people are like, all right, like I think it's time to like pick up all the season 1 stuff, like, and it doesn't matter because I just want them to be rare. Like, I don't know. So Powerpuff Girls, I think it falls in the same boat as Adventure Time. It's more popular than Adventure Time. I think more people have heard of Powerpuff Girls over Adventure Time for sure. Yeah, that's just my take on it. And the whole category too, it's hard to analyze. Like if we look up, there's just like better, and that's just the thing, there's just better NFTs for price points. Like this, for $573, I'd rather have an ultra rare Deadpool. For him, I'd rather have an ultra rare Steamboat Willie. For Blossom, I'd rather have Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. For Professor Utonium, I'd rather have two uncommon Steamboat Willies or like 2 rare Spider-Mans. I think that could go higher. For Bubbles, ultra rare Steamboat Willie. Like I don't know, like the additions are low. Like that's awesome. And like that's like her peak right now. So Donnie, he's in a league of his own. And Mayor of Townsville, I'd rather have either the, what was the other one for $8.99? I mean, and this is such a short-lived peak, and like this, he's at an all-time high for listings. Like, I'd rather just stick with something more consistent and just more people understand. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to do it. Like, it's more nostalgic. Don't get me wrong, but like DC, Marvel, and Disney are all just like, they're always going to be relevant, and they're always making content today when Powerpuff Girls stopped making content a long time ago. That's just my take on it. So I hope that answered your question. I'm not like trying to like shit on Powerpuff Girls. Like I do think Powerpuff Girls, Ghostbusters, Adventure Time, Back to the Future, like they're all gonna have their time to shine, but everything else needs to price themselves out. Like they just need to like just go away. Like they just like it needs to get to the point where like the cheapest black and white series NFT is like 800 gems, and they're like, all right, now let's start looking at like the other stuff that's season 1. You know, like that's what I think it's gonna take to that point, or it's been so long that people just want to stock up on season 1 NFTs because now it's like, you know, oh, remember 2 years ago that's when the season 1 stuff happened. Like, hey, let's stock up on them. I don't know. Dr. Marvel Mighty, do you have a Twitter or any other social media to follow? Yeah, it should be all in the description of this stream, I believe. It should have my Twitter. And that's it. I don't have like I mean, I have a personal one, but I don't have like a Veve Vibes Instagram or anything like that. And if I did, I probably would like hardly ever post on it. If you do want to follow me on the Veves, I do post. I do post on the feed, probably like once a day. At least I try to. And just ask people questions. Maybe I might ask about an idea for like a video and stuff like that. Not too frequently, but I do ask people if they're excited about the drop or what they think about this. Please tell me this will work. All right, so if you go on Veve and you go to, whoops. So altogether now, Steamboat Willie. So I do have one, and I listed it. If you have to scroll down a little bit, at 9 million, right there in the middle. That's where my name is. So I don't want to put it at 9.9 million. That's where everyone else has theirs. So I just put it at 9. If you want to follow me on there, I know it's not social media, but it's kind of the closest thing we have, at least on the Veve app. you click on my name there. You know, you click the follow and all that stuff. So that's where you can find me if you want to follow me on there as well. We are 2 subs away. We're at 1K. Let's go at 1K. Let's go. I don't know what else to, I don't know. I don't have any alcohol. I don't have any, don't really have anything to like give away, but I'm stoked. 1K, dude. Just subbed and I was the 1K person. Were you? That's awesome. Let's go. Kind of want to, let me see here. Maybe I'll do it after the stream. I was like, oh, I'll just do it now or whatever, but like I'll do it after the stream. I was gonna like post on Twitter, but like I don't want to slow my roll here. It's exciting stuff though. Oof. Sorry, it's so bright right now. Oh, all right, cool. That's good enough for me. Let's go. Your steampunk giveaway. Just give away your most expensive thing in your vault. I'm like, sure, why not? Max Moto, should I get a number 89 Batman or a Darwin Cook? I would say Darwin Cook. I do think, I will admit, maybe the Batman Who Laughs Batman might go up higher initially, but he was so artificially pumped. It's hard to recommend him, and I can't get like an accurate level of like what happened with him. So in the short term, he might pump and you could like flip it quickly, but if you're looking for like a medium term-ish hold or like long term, I think Darwin Cook would like serve you better. But I could be wrong. I do like Batman Who Laughs. He's probably one of my favorite NFTs. I'm upset. I bought 3 of them when he was sub 100 gems. And I sold them all as he was pumping, and I kind of wish I kept one because it is one of my favorite NFTs on the platform. Uncommon Deadpool got the best pose out of all of them. I think so too. Damn, can't sub again, yeah. But thanks VCur for subbing. I appreciate that. 1K, congrats. Let's go. 1K, congrats. Hell yeah. Aiden Jackson, any advice on snatching the NFTs for cheap on the secondary market tomorrow? I mean, do you usually try and snatch the first one that gets posted on the market or wait for everyone? No, never go for the first one posted on the market. It's usually incredibly overpriced. Like, I'm assuming you know this. I'm assuming like you're not gonna buy the Mickey card for 8K because it's the first one listed. Like, don't obviously do that. But I don't know. It's like the usual. Like, put your I can kind of show you something here. Let's see. I would have to shrink my screen. Okay, make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Start collecting. Okay, so let's say we're on the market. If you have your let's just look at, I don't know, let's look at something random. Here we go. That is, hell, that is not what I have. Why is it showing that? There it goes. All right, so let's say, all right, let's look at, Serena, whatever. So what I typically do is, if you see something that you're trying to snipe, I know it's hard to see. Maybe I'll show it. I'll show my thumbs too. Where's my hand? Where's my hand? Okay, this way. I put my text on small. I have an Android. It might look a bit different for you. So if I see when I want to snipe, I know you're gonna look at the screen, but like here, I'll show you. So it's like, let's say we want to snipe that top one. So we press the top one. I usually have my left thumb on the one I want to snipe. Or you can use your left or right thumb, doesn't matter. So you click that, and you click. I usually like move my thumb down to like the bottom right corner, where it says buy now. Will that actually buy now, or does it confirm? I'm trying to remember if it'll say buy now. Usually it'll confirm, right? Yeah. So it's like a 3-tap process. So I click Big Ox, and then I already have my thumb hovering over the bottom right corner of like where the buy now is going to be, and I have my thumb probably, where's that line up? And I have my thumb roughly between this area right here. So where's that listing? Let me do this. So as I'm tapping here, so let's say I tap here, like I already have like my right thumb like ready to line up right there when the buy button shows up, and like my left thumb like right there. So I click, all I have to do is so like literally as it's loading, exit saving, yes. So as it's loading, I'm going left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. That's all I'm doing. I'm clicking left, right, left, right, left, right. Because all I have to do is click buy now and then confirm in the middle. So ideally you click the buy now on the bottom right and then buy in the middle. Because when you click buy, that buy button, you see it's how it's like, it's kind of, how it's kind of like lined up here. Whoops. How it's kind of like lined up here, like in the, you can kind of see in the background, I guess. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of like lined up between the two bars. You're gonna have to play with it yourself, because that's how my phone's laid out. I don't know if the size of your screen, Android and iPhone could be different, but that's typically what I do. And I you know, of course you don't get it all the time, but that's the best way to do it. I go like left here, and then I already have my right thumb like hovering down here, and then I'm just like buy, confirm, buy, confirm, buy, confirm, and just trying to like, basically you're trying to like do a line gate with your thumbs in two different spots. So that's the technique I do whenever I try to snipe on the market. It's hard because people are very fast. There's thousands of people going for the same drops. There is bots, that's just how it is at the end of the day. Like I do think it's more of an issue on the secondary market, but you can't control it. That's all you can do. Lucky you for sniping. My phone doesn't show the buy now button. I changed the settings on my phone to the text to small. And again, it could, maybe the bigger screen you have, maybe it could fit more and you could click the buy button. But I remember doing that because, let me try it right now actually. If I change it to like normal size, the size of my text, like try that. Phone. Font size, advanced. Because this is default. Yeah, it even like refreshed Veve when I changed my settings. So like we'll try it again. So like I just changed back my thing to default. So if I click that, click this, see the buy button, it's just, you could maybe get it. It's gonna be really tough though. And you have to actually scroll down. Like it's, see I got it there, but like it is a sliver. So if we look here, like it's barely there, and it's actually very easy to accidentally click profile or like market again and just like mess it all up. But if you put it on smaller text, the buy button is like much bigger. Like you just have much more room for error. So that's my recommendation. Try and make your text as small as possible, and it might take you a little while to get used to. Like I would actually get on the Veve app, practice that, make sure you don't accidentally click confirm the purchase, and just play around with that. There you go. I hope that helps. Shrink the text. That's always the key. Shanks the third. Tomorrow's drop determines my whole focus going forward on Veve. Starting to get nervous. Don't get nervous, dude. Okay. I won't say this. It's okay to feel nervous, but don't let it give you like a panic attack or an anxiety attack. Like, being nervous is good, but this is kind of what I've learned from sports. But just be under control. I mean, you know what to do. It's fucking clicking a button at the end of the day. It's not life or death. Worst case scenario, you just are where you are now, right? Even with my smallest font, it is just below the screen. Oof. It only takes one drop to change your Veve game. I copped 2 UR Mickeys on drop, sold for a flip, and couldn't be happier with my portfolio. I started with only 500 gems. Don't give up, new investors. Yep. That's me and Walt. Literally the exact same story. I got him. I held him for like a month, maybe a little bit less, like 3 weeks. And I'm like, dude, he's not moving. I legitimately don't have any more money to put in the app, and I want to flip. I have experience in this stuff. I'm going to do it. So I sold Walt. I don't regret selling Walt at all whatsoever. My only regret was like, I actually like ignored what people said. I asked in multiple discords and groups and stream chats, not stream chats, but like YouTube chats, streams, and asked people like, hey, I have 9K, what should I invest in? Like multiple people are like, get a Todd, get this, and I never bought a Todd. And I was like, whatever, like it'll always be there. Oh, it's at like what, 2.7K or like 3K? Like, yeah, it'll be there forever. And little did I know, it just up and ran away from me after 12 days of Veve. So it's like, you know, if the Veve community is talking about a certain NFT enough, you don't ignore it. You know, because if enough people talk about it, all it takes is one new investor with like actual money to come in, and if they hear Todd enough, like they're gonna buy a Todd. If they hear You Are Mickey enough, like You Are Mickey will go from 4K all the way up to 10K. Like it will happen if enough people talk about it. So how can I find you on Veve? Go to the ultra rare Steamboat Willie, and you'll just find it there. So I'll show you really quick. So however you want to do it. I mean, you could do it this way legitimately. So you go to market. You can go to brands. You can go to whichever is easier. I don't know. Did the market switch up on you guys? Because for me, it's organized from Z to A instead of A to Z. Did that change recently? I feel like that changed like a few weeks back, and I'm like, why is it like that now? So you go to Disney, ultra rare, change it from high to low, and then you'll find me right there. 9 million. So, yep, just go to the Disney, Steamboat Willie, ultra rare, then at 9 million you'll find me. You got to switch it from high to low. At least that's like the fastest way to do it. So. And I also have to admit, Dragon Girl was having a weird market manipulation where it would go from 80 to 190, back to 80, then back to 190, then 300, then yeah. Only uncommon. Yeah, that is weird. Just followed. Thank you, Shankster. Appreciate that. It all happened within 2 weeks. Yeah, I was, I had a feeling like Dragon Girl was underpriced, but I don't think it's so much like, part of it could be market manipulation, VCur, but if you haven't checked out my video, I think it's like 8 minutes long. It talks about NFTs that are most vulnerable to dips, or it's like Veve NFTs hit hardest during dips or something like that. It's like basically NFTs that are recently pumped. So Dragon Girl was pumping a lot, going up and down. NFTs that are below like 200 to 300 gems, which Dragon Girl fits in that category perfectly. And it's not Disney, DC, or Marvel. You know, it's when people need to liquidate for gems, people tend to start at the bottom. They don't want to sell their expensive NFTs, so they start at the bottom. They sell their Kripkins, they sell their cheaper Marvel Mighties, they sell their I don't even know, like, you know, some of their Adventure Time stuff. Then they work their way up until they're like, all right, I got this Dragon Girl I got for 180. I would like to have 1K to play the secondary market for this drop, so I guess I'll sell my Dragon Girl. Like, that's how it starts. It goes from the bottom up, and that's how people do it. And like, even if they did have like a Marvel, like even back then, I think like Catwoman or whatever was like 110 gems. People might not sell Catwoman, not Catwoman, sorry. I think like DC one, like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. There's a pair of Zombie Hunter Spider-Man was like 120. People might not sell Zombie Hunter Spider-Man because they're like, well, it's Spider-Man, I like him a lot. Plus that 8.5 fees sucks, so I'm gonna sell my Dragon Girl or whatever, you know. It happened the first month Dragon Girl was dropped on Veve. Now it doesn't do it anymore. Oh, interesting. But like, there was that kind of weird period of time. I feel like on, like just before like 12 days of Veve, it kind of happened. I'd have to like look again or whatever. But so the common, I do like the common and uncommon a lot. I want to buy a Golden Mama NFT. Should I wait to drop? Or buy now? It depends on which one. You can never go wrong with just buying it and securing it. I do think the golden moments right now are kind of running away a bit. This is kind of what I was talking about. Like this area here, like December, early January, like just this weird up and down stuff, and maybe even earlier than that. I don't know, I could be wrong. It depends on which one, to be honest. But you honestly, like, if you're trying to get a Wally, I would get one like sooner rather than later because he's actually pretty inexpensive. Elsa's going up. Sorcerer's Hat went up quite a bit. Homer and Bart went up a tiny bit because people think Todd McFarlane made it or whatever, or like made the sketch. Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't matter. Like it's gonna go where it's gonna go. Iron Man at 2,500. So I would say in general, I think overall the golden moments are kind of done dipping. I mean, they've been dipping for like the first like 12 hours, almost 12 hours. First 10 hours of today, and I think people got with the ones they want. But you can never go wrong, which is buying it and securing it. And if it goes down a couple hundred gems, so be it. But if it goes up a couple hundred gems, you're glad that you bought it. So, Steve, thinking to get me a common storm and a common invisible woman. What do you think? Let me look at them up. Common storm is great if you're looking to flip it. Let me see. Are you looking to like flip or hold these? I'm assuming you're just trying to like round out some gems that you have left. I mean, if we just type in storm, I believe it just shows both storms. It should. Come on. There it is. 55 gems. Wow, that's really inexpensive. I mean, yeah, they're both solid. Yeah, I mean, they're both gonna go up in price. I mean, the common. I'm also probably gonna get off here, guys, in like 5-10 minutes. Not too bullish on Invisible Woman. She's been downtrending like a lot, but just the fact that she's even close to box price. I mean, she'll go up eventually. It might take a bit longer for her to get profitable, because if you buy her at what 56, you have to wait for her to basically get to what 62, 63 to get profitable. But with Storm, I mean, she's had a track record of actually going up and to the right. Like, it seems like, but maybe that's what it just needs. Like, Storm has been, maybe Sue Storm, Invisible Woman, is just in the process of this until she does that. Unlikely though, just because I do think this Storm is a double FA Storm and FA X-Men. There's just a lot more potential here than the other one. So, you might be better off with Groot instead. Like, if you're really hard pressed for gems, like if all you literally have is 120 gems, I think Groot is better because it's literally going below box price, and that won't last forever. I like Groot more than actual Sue Storm here, because you don't have to wait as long as for profit, and the highest high isn't up there. What's the uncommon at? A little bit better. So Steve, that's my suggestion. And if that's like all of your gems, always save gems for drops. In my opinion, always have at least like bare minimum 60 gems, because you never know when there's going to be a Disney announcement or a Marvel announcement, like a Marvel drop 3 days from now, and you need 60 gems. Like, just have it available at all times. But I tell most people to have 100 if you do have like a bigger portfolio, maybe even 150. But if you're really tight on cash and you want to at least like do a little bit of flipping, or at least like play the market, have like 60. Brandon Neff. Oh, about the sniping thing, by the way, the buy button is on the screen for collectibles, but not for comics. Yeah, you have to scroll down a bit. Was he talking about, like, he said secondary markets, so that's kind of what I assumed. Not financial advice, but just my opinion would be Storm. I say Storm. Yeah, Storm. Chaser the Third. Just grab 2 more uncommon Spideys. He's getting destroyed. Yeah, which means he's gonna rebound even harder after all this. All right, thanks for the tip. What would you recommend to buy and hold for long term? A budget of 2.5K. Iron Man. You can get a rare. So you can get Iron Man, or you can get like a uncommon Steamboat Willie plus a Wonder Woman. You can get Doctor Doom. But for long-term hold, If you want one NFT and that's it, Little Friend Silver, please. I'll do it in a sec, Richard. Let's see. $2.5K. I would say if you want one NFT, it's really hard to pass up on Iron Man. Like, he's gonna take off. He has a high of 3.3K, 3.2, I believe. He's gonna get there quite easily, in my opinion. Yeah. If you want just one NFT, I think that's probably it's a golden moment. It's an FA Iron Man. Like, it's hard to go wrong with that. But if you're down to diversify a little bit, I would probably go with the oh my god. Ultra Rare Steamboat Willie's at 1100. So Ultra Steamboat Willie had a high of 1850. The listings are actually going down as well as the floor price, which it doesn't make sense, but this thing has another 700 gems to run. In my personal opinion, either Iron Man or you go with Steamboat Willie Happy Whistle or whatever, and you get yourself a Spider-Man rare. Like, if you have 2,500 gems and you're not getting a golden moment, it's super hard to like just not get a Spider-Man. Yeah, and this that might put you a little over budget if you're like really strict about 2,500. Get like the ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. That'll put you under budget, and you'll still have like 300 gems to play with. That'd be my suggestion. Like, that's actually very, very solid for two NFTs. Yeah, try and get the rare jump into action one because it looks like the secret rare. Some people kind of like that. But the ultra rare, not ultra rare, I was gonna say ultra rare, but ultra common. The uncommon Steamboat Willie and like one of the two Spider-Mans I recommend is very solid. That's my suggestion. As a long-term hold, you can't do much better than Disney and Spider-Man on this app. Does DeLorean have any potential for long-term hold? And it's up to you, Ozan. Sorry, I didn't read your name earlier. Ozan979. Yeah, that's my whichever one that sounds better to you. If you want a Disney Golden Moment and ride that, you can. But if you want to get two NFTs, that's what I would do. Little Friend Silver, Richard. We'll take a look. I think I put one up on market, and it still hasn't sold. RIP. Yeah, I put one up on market like 12 hours ago. Like, I'm honestly trying to get rid of it. Like, I thought about kind of holding it for the drops, but Little Friend Silver. I don't know what you want me to talk about on it. I think this thing could do this is probably one of the best NFTs to do off platform, like on Immutable X, if that's something you're trying to entertain at all. I do foresee in the near future a pretty hefty pump with it because it just seems. The other nice thing I do like about the Little Friends Little Friends Silver, is that there's like the Omicron like community behind it. Like, there's actually an entire community built around the apes, you know, the Little Friends. So it does have that going for it. So people are maybe a little less likely to like sell them off potentially. Not entirely sure. I'm not in the Omicron group yet, or gang or whatever. When did this sell? Mint 664. Wow. But for 1,000, it's decent. I think I might would rather get like a Steamboat Willie common or something like that. But if you are gonna play Immutable X, like, this is a very solid pickup. But yeah, I'm getting off here in like 2 minutes. So if you guys have any like very burning questions, let me know. Does DeLorean have any potential for long-term hold? I honestly, everything does. DeLorean relies so heavily on the VV-verse, like car stuff. Like, if there's any kind of like VV-verse or the car announcement, I think DeLorean could do well, but until like there's some sort of announcement with VV-verse or like NFT integration where you could drive it around, I don't think it's gonna take a while for it to kind of like break out. Ozan, thank you, brother. I'm going for the Iron Man properly. Solid, dude. You can't go wrong with that. All those ones I suggested, if you just want to simplify it, Iron Man is very, very solid. It's yeah, Golden Moment, FA Iron Man, can't go wrong. What's your opinion on X-Men Storm Ultra Rare? Someone asked that earlier. I'm not too bullish on it. If you're looking to buy, I wouldn't. Ultra Rare, yeah. For 500, I think she's peaked at 700. I'm not too bullish on, like, I really like her as an uncommon and common, maybe even a rare, but like the high-end stuff, I don't think so. I'm not, if you're trying to buy it, I would say no. If you own it, hold it. Yeah, so if you own one, just hold it till it gets back up to 600 or so, 650, and then try and sell it off for something else. And not financial advice. If you're trying to get rid of it, then do that, hold it. But if you're looking to buy one, I think Jason Fabok is a better buy for 500 if he's still at that price point. So she's peaked at 700, has about 163 listings. Come on, work with me. All right, we're gonna have to refresh this. That's fine. Yeah, less than 500. Part of the black and white series. Let's open this up. And you could also do stacking as well. I mean, this thing is, it's cheaper. It's peaked way higher. I think it's more popular. It'll probably be easier to sell. Like, I wouldn't be too concerned. Like, if this was not DC, I'd be a little bit concerned because that listing, I mean, there's like 130 something of them. I don't know why it's lagging right now, but it just is. Yeah, I think Jason Fabok Batman. That, or as I mentioned before, if you have 500 gems, you can double up on the, God, it's lagging. Darwin Cook Batman, or like the FA Robin. Like, I'm not sure what your price point is or anything like that, so. But Ultra Rare Storm, I would say no, personally. Mephisto, do you think there could be a shark bite? Do you think... what do you think? I'm getting kind of tired, guys. So I need to get off soon. So I'm going to run through these questions really quick and then jump off. What do you think could be shark bite worth over MCP points are officially in game? There are only 2,880 editions. That can only mean... to get... daily 19, so like the whole set, yeah, I don't know, like that could be a position you want to take. I wouldn't buy it just because I think people are going to buy it for MCP points. Like I'd rather just stick with something that's consistent. It's still by far the cheapest collection to earn good MCP. Yeah, if you really think that's going to pump and do well and you can find profit to reinvest into something else, sure. But like as like a long-term hold, I probably wouldn't. Starfire at 1,700, is this big or is she too low to move? When she was at like 1,400, I remember saying like she was like really undervalued. I mean, she's a one of one set, season 1, bombshell series, 1,000 mints, part of the Teen Titans. Obviously she looks different now in this one, but I mean, certain collectors could really look forward to that. Some people really like Teen Titans. It's just like, people really, she's at an all-time high for listings. People are really taking profits, which is, could be fine. She peaked at 3,200, so she's almost literally 50% off. Bit of a riskier play, but if you're investing 1,800, I think there's better options. Like if you got like an I mean, you can get a uncommon Steamboat Willie plus a Jason Fabok Batman, or like a FA Harley Quinn or something. Like that'd be my take. Like Starfire, you know, it's kind of a wild pick. It's a wild card in my opinion. It could pay off very well, but it could crash and burn, pun intended. Just posted a Muka and Dulce Cheap. Nice. YB, congrats on 1K again. Opinion on Visible Woman, not very bullish on her. I'm gonna answer this last question, and then I'm gonna jump off, guys. But her entire chart is just down and to the right. I'm much more bullish on Storm in general. I don't know which Invisible Woman you mean, but I think we can look at these across the board, and you're gonna see the trend is pretty much the same. Yeah, like listings are going up, charts are doing nothing but going down and to the right. It's probably going to be the same for the rare. And, you know, who knows? It could take time for her to mature in the sense that, like, maybe she's going through the growing pains of the same stuff that Storm did. So she needs to basically hit box price before she starts going back up again. I don't think she's as popular as Storm. I just don't see it. So it's, in my opinion, it's a hard pass on Invisible Woman. Pretty much at all rarity levels, I would say no. Any rarity, I would say hard pass. Well, there's better ones to invest in. Like the ultra rare it's at 342. That's probably one of the cheapest. That's probably gotta be the cheapest ultra rare Marvel NFT on platform for good reason. Like, people are just trying to get rid of her. I'm surprised she even went for that high prior. Like, yeah, it's doing nothing but going down and to the right, and the listings are going up. That's a clear-cut sign that, like, nobody wants her. Instead of, like, I would rather, it sounds sad, but it's true, but I'd rather have a common Zombie Hunter Spider-Man at 300 than an ultra rare Invisible Woman. I'd rather have Groot than Sue Storm common. At 107, I'd rather have a normal Storm, a common Storm, instead of a rare Invisible Woman. And for 1300, I would, and for a secret rare Invisible Woman, I'd rather have an uncommon Steamboat Willie 400 days out of the year than the secret rare. It's even cheaper too. You'll save 200 gems by buying a uncommon Steamboat Willie. So I'm not trying to, like, there's just no demand for her. It's not her FA. There's a whole series coming out about her in the near future, about like the rest of the Fantastic Four and stuff. Could you give me any collectible options to look at? Yeah, I listed some for like each rarity. I think instead of the ultra rare, like look at zombie. Like, I don't know what your budget is either, so I don't know what your. I'll help you out, then I'll jump off stream. So like, do you have like a budget range in mind, or like something you're like willing to invest in? Come on, work with me. Supergirl looks really cheap. We'll take a quick look at her while she's 5K. Yeah, don't buy. let me help you out. Supergirl. I'll give you some options. Supergirl 1100. I remember talking about her before. I think I would rather have Wonder Woman than Supergirl. 2.5 to 5K. Okay, I'll give you a range. She went up to 2,300, like that's cool, but it seems such short-lived, and as much as I hate to say it, I think she is probably one of the least recognized like DC heroes that's like currently on the platform, or like the DC characters, in my opinion. Like, could she go back up to like? I mean, she's literally half price, but for good reason. Like, could she get back up to 2,300? Maybe, but she's gonna have to work for it. Again, I would still rather have an uncommon Steamboat Willie, in my opinion, in that price point, or Wonder Woman, or Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, ultra rare. Yeah. So, yeah, Modric the Collector. That's what I would say. It's not terrible. Again, like if you already bought her already, like, so be it. Just hold her until she goes back up. Like, it's not terrible. If anything, she'll probably go just as high as the other ones I recommended, but it just might take her a little bit longer to get there. YB, I'm going to recommend like the exact same stuff I did the other guy for 2.5K. So if you only have 2.5K to invest, get Iron Man. Or if you just want to have one NFT and you just want to hold it long term, Iron Man is a golden moment. It's an FA Iron Man. The reason why I like Iron Man so much is like he basically attached himself to a Disney golden moment, just like the name of the category or like the release series is like a big deal. So even if you are a Disney collector and you want to collect the gold moments, you got to collect Iron Man too. Even if you're not a fan of Marvel, you need to collect Iron Man. He has a history of going up to 3,200 gems, which means he has like another 700 gems to run. What's crazy is actually like the listings have been going down since this. Like it peaked at 295, but it's actually going down, which means the floors are looking pretty thin for him to get back up to where he was prior. So if you just want to buy one NFT and just call it, that's solid. Mickey, Goat of Goats. Hey, I'm getting off soon, Goat of Goats. I'm sorry. Like, so if you only have 2,500 to spend, I suggest Iron Man, or you get Happy Whistle Steamboat Willie. And you're actually coming in at a very good time, YB, because like right now the market is just pretty low across the board. People are just preparing for the next drop, so like this is the perfect time to have a lot of liquid and like invest into all this. For 1,100 gems, all right, first appearance, but Steamboat Willie, it's such a historical thing. The Disney market has yet to get on here, and this is going to be one of the first NFTs they buy, in my personal opinion. As a high of 1850, I do think this one can run away. People were worried about like the issues or like the number minted. There was like 14,000 of these minted, but that didn't stop people from basically buying 200 of these pretty quickly and like flying up the floor. You know, of course, typically people are going to take profits. That's going to happen, but I could see this one going up pretty high. And then Spider-Man. And probably get the rare Spider-Man. Spider-Man's kind of the same story. Or you can double up on Steamboat Willie. It's whatever you want. I think you'll probably enjoy it a bit more if you diversify your portfolio a tiny bit. Because this one has a high of 2,400 and it's 1,525. I see. Yeah. A lot of people try to get, trust me, last 3.5 months, I've tried buying all kinds of stuff. The Disney, Marvel, and DC stuff just does the best. It's the most recognizable. People want to buy superheroes. People want to buy characters and recognizable heroes and not items or posters or especially like Disney is going to keep making Disney content. They're going to keep coming out with Spider-Man content. Like that's a fact. They're just going to keep coming out with it. So either Spider-Man jump into action plus that Steamboat Willie uncommon, or you get Iron Man if you have 2,500. If you have 5K, if you want to keep it really simple and you want to still just keep it golden moments, you can get an Iron Man and an Elsa, and then no, that's 6K. You can get an Elsa plus this guy plus jump into Spider-Man. Like it's hard to pass if you can afford an Elsa. Like straight up, it's hard to like pass on like an Elsa. It's tough. Like it's a very, very, very good purchase. You could do Elsa and Wally or something like that. Wonder Woman is good too. I think I'm better off just like giving you options. Wonder Woman for 1,000, that's solid too. So honestly, like any combination of these will do well. I'm just kind of giving you price points and things to kind of match. Wonder Woman had a high of 1,500, 1,550. She's at 1,000 right now, or just shy of 1,000. Listings are horizontal, which is nice. If these were just flying up, I still wouldn't be concerned. It would just take her a little bit longer to get to that point, but I think she's gonna pop off. What was the other one too? Zombie Hunter Ultra Rare, I think is solid. Not a fan of like the Marvel Mighty, like Doctor Doom or anything like that. I think it'll still do well, but so I gave you a Disney, I gave you a DC, I gave you Marvel. Trying to think of like there's anything else like around 1,000 that I think that would do well. I'm sure there's other ones like if you like Captain America, I think the Ultra Rare still might be chilling around 1K. 1,100, that one's all right. This one's cool, it's animated and Ultra Rare. Doing like a cool little salute thing. I don't think it's as good. I don't think it's as strong as the other ones I've showed you. I mean, I know at its peak, it's literally 50% off, but it could do well as like, I think any combination of these, however you want to figure out the timeline or like your price points and stuff. But when is your end of year price prediction for Elsa and her 5 years from now? Dude, I could not tell you. I couldn't even begin to think. I'm kind of getting off stream right now. So Veve Las Vegas, good luck on all these crazy drops coming to Veve fam. Yeah, good luck to everyone. YB, it sounds like you're either newer or maybe it's like your first time really throwing a lot of money at the market. I hope that helped you. If you have more questions, just comment on my most recent video and just say, yo, you helped me with my whatever. Do you have other NFTs you recommend or something like that? And I'll help you out. One more question, please. It did. Yeah, good. It's good to hear. Trust me, like I bought the other stuff. Like you can buy Decon stuff. You can buy Adventure Time. You can buy Back to the Future is fine. Like if you're gonna put 100 gems into buying a DeLorean and like just letting it sit there forever, like that's fine. But like don't stack 50 DeLoreans or anything crazy like that. Like what will R2B2 be worth? God damn it, James. One more question. Will R2B2 in 40 years? I have no idea, but that's it. Hope you guys take care. And next stream, I'm not sure. I'm sure at some point tomorrow, if I could fit it in, but not entirely sure. But I'll try and give it a heads up on YouTube if I can. So I'll see you guys later. Thanks for stopping by, and thank you for 1,000 subs. So.